counts, with 39 senators voting yes on the charge of gross violation of the Constitution or any other law. On the charge of abuse of office, 39 senators voted in favor, 3 voted against and 1 abstained, while 35 senators found the DG guilty of gross misconduct, with only 3 voting to save him. Monda also lost on the 4th charge, with 34 senators finding him guilty of committing crimes under national law and 10 finding him not guilty.
Section 33(7) of the County Governments Act and the Standing Order 86 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate has resolved to remove from office by impeachment Honorable Dr. Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County, and the Deputy Governor therefore ceases to hold office forthwith.
Majority Whip Boni Halwale moved the motion to impeach the Deputy Governor, arguing that while the crimes had not been proven beyond reasonable doubt, the Deputy Governor was likely to have received the bribes.
Pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution of Kenya and Section 33 of the County Governments Act and Standing Order number 80, the Senate resolves to remove from office by impeachment the Honorable Dr. Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii, on the following grounds. Charge 1, gross violation of the Constitution or any other law. Charge 2, abuse of office. Charge 3, gross misconduct. And charge 4, crimes under national law.
While seconding the motion, Migori Senator Eddie Okech lamented how millions of young people are capable of working but are frustrated when they are asked for bribes. Many senators who commented on the motion expressed sadness over the family breakdown, with some even asking Kenyans to pray for the family unit. This event comes as the father testified in favor of the deputy governor and the son testified against him.
The evidence is there. Everything is there, Mr. Speaker. Let us take our responsibility seriously and make the right call.
We have been invited to be able to come in between a family. I'm so sad, Mr. Speaker, because I've seen a father testifying against a son testifying against a father.
The key witness in defense of the DG has broken the hearts of millions of fathers and sons in the country. It is a shame for a father to put a son in trouble and take a position against his own son.
The one vote that I carry from the county of Nyeri, Mr. Speaker, will be to sympathize with a boy child who has had the misfortune of losing his mother, but who has also been subjected to an episode where he has been disowned by his father in the view of all Kenyans.
As a person from the Kisii community, I feel completely humiliated that Bai people can come here as families and fight over bribes and fight over cutting of trees.
In his defense before the Senate, Monda claimed that he was being persecuted due to his bad relationship with Governor Simba Arati. Monda becomes the first deputy governor to be removed from office under the current constitution.
I want to make it clear that we have had a strained relationship from the time we came into office on matters that are official. And indeed, I'm convicted that it is from that perspective that I am before this Senate today on a matter of impeachment, because of the official questions and discussions I've tried to hold with the governor, and we do not seem to pull together. One of them, honorable members of the Senate and Madam Speaker, is the question of the budget absorption.
That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
Now, I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is one of the hottest show that we can ever miss in the morning, and it's a show that really gives a real situation in the Situation Room.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much. Nduthai, nice meeting you. Even beautiful in person more than in photos.
Say that again. Character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it. You know, people hiding here and there, you know, but after 2, 3 months, 5 months, now you realize, so that is why the attitude that you are showing us, you're pregnant.
It's like what my grandmother would say, you cannot pickpocket a naked man.
How's that? It's communal, isn't it?
No comment. Good morning, it's Friday. Okay, so what are we looking at today? We know it's going to be, excuse me, a slow Friday. A little bit of traffic here and there. It's not coming off the Thika Super Highway just yet. As you get to the Pangani underpass, it's probably where we see the most of the movement this morning. But again, we're probably not going to see too much, as is Friday behavior. Let's see what's happening as you come in then off of Uhuru Highway, as you're getting towards the city and then out towards Westlands. That seems to be flowing free, no problem. Mombasa Road looks good. Again, the Thika Super Highway, not an issue here, but we're going to wait and see what happens as we get into the morning. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation
Good morning
Room.
At 10 minutes after 6 o'clock, and welcome to Friday. Coming towards the end of this week, it is the 15th of March, and we're smack dab in the middle of the month. So, quarter three is looking at us. We're getting into probably the last bend of it, and we're having Friday conversations. Welcome to the end of the week. Kenya's biggest conversation says hello, how are you doing, and hope all is well. Yes, there are quite a number of conversations that we will be jumping into today as we get into the end of the week. It is Healthy Friday, so we'll be looking at some of those conversations around a state of health today. So let's kick off with what we'll be talking about at 9 o'clock, actually, and we'll go backwards. Our Healthy Friday conversation will circle around World Kidney Day, understanding the risk factors behind renal disorder, the burden of renal care or renal disease, kidney disease essentially, is quite heavy, and we'll be having that conversation at 9 o'clock. All right, at 8 o'clock, thoughts about working and living in Germany. How easy to study and work in Germany. The sales manager for East Africans Study in Germany, Judy Kato, will be with us here at 8, and we'll be having that conversation with her. And then we're going to kick off conversations at 7 about the state of packaging, printing and plastics of the food processing industry in Kenya. Angela Kenyua, who is the portfolio director of Montgomery Group East Africa, will be with us here at 7. How exactly does this work? What do we do? What should we not do? Best practice, and what kind of an industry it is. That'll be the conversation at 7. I have fine specimen of gentlemen in the room this morning. Good morning, CT and Eric.
Yes, fine specimen of a woman. How are you doing?
Ish, that sounds better than even what I said. My goodness. I'm fine, thank you. Clearly. Yeah.
Nyinyi mko na kakitu.
Definitely. One compliment begets
another.
Inakuwaga hivyo.
Yes. How's your Friday do?
My Friday? It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Okay.
The week has ended. It's ending.
For the week, month.
It's the 15th. Once it's the 15th.
We're right there.
When we begin next week, we had it was the 20th. So
right there.
What month do you have remaining?
Kwisha. Gone. Forget about it.
Yeah.
It's all gone.
Before you know it, April will be here.
Yeah.
And the taxman will be telling you, have you paid your tax? Okay, if you have paid your tax, have you...
File your returns.
If you haven't filed your returns, file them. Have you heard of e-tips? Okay. Yeah, now.
And April showers bring Mayflowers. Did you know that?
Okay. So, you've told us what we'll be discussing today, Senior.
Yes, sir.
And you've done a very good job of it, right?
Thank you very much.
Very, very good.
Were you asking me? Yes, I have.
And the live stream is up?
Yeah.
Yeah? Madam Edna has done the thing.
Yeah, the thing decides that it's... Yeah, don't worry. We'll be fine.
Okay. There's a light that's hitting me too directly. Is it that one? No, umeamua yani unichome tu kwa macho na mataa. It is 14 minutes after 6. Good morning, happy Friday. Let's take a look at the weather forecast. Then we'll come back and see what's happening, who's where, and what are they saying.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Clear conditions in Nairobi at 16. We'll go to highs of 26 and lows of 15. It's clear at 14 in Nakuru with highs of 29 and lows of 13. And we'll see the high of 26 in a partly cloudy Nyeri at 13. Into Eldoret, where it's clear at 13, it'll go to highs of 26. And Mombasa is partly cloudy at 27 with highs of 33. Malindi will see highs of 34, where it's clear at 28. And we're looking into a clear Kisumu at 19 with highs of 33, while Kakamega at 17 is clear, going to highs of 32. Kampala is cloudy at 20 with highs of 30, while Dar es Salaam is clear at 28 with highs of 33. We're looking into a mostly cloudy Johannesburg at 15 with highs of 28, and Mogadishu at 27 is partly sunny with highs of 33. It's 13 and clear in Addis Ababa with highs of 25 and lows of 12, while Lagos is cloudy at 27. It'll go to highs of 34. It's 25 and partly cloudy in Kinshasa with highs of 32, while looking out into a sunny Beijing Friday afternoon at 15 degrees, we'll see highs of 21 and lows of 7. Paris is cloudy at 13 with highs of 16, while London at 11 is mostly clear. We'll see highs of 15 and lows of 7. It's 11 and clear in New York Thursday night. Coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 23 and lows of 10.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Okay.
I can see clearly now the rain is gone. Disappeared. Hello. Sasa tunasalimia watu.
Salimia watu.
Good morning, everybody. Where are they? They're not here. Ain't nobody here.
Invisible.
Impossible.
Wao watakuja tu.
Wako watakuja. There are more than 300 online
there are
already.
People there, but we cannot see them.
Okay.
There they are.
Wako tu. Siliambia kama wena ngoja kidogo.
Kama wena ngoja kidogo unawakuta.
Wao nakuja.
Mtu kama Agri Momanyi saying, good morning. Without interference, our legislators can do what's expected of them. Huh? Interference from who? Okay. Good morning, team. Joseph Kimonge says good morning. Kiongozi Omosh says good morning, Ndu. Wave to the two gentlemen.
Two gentlemen waving back to you.
They have waved back. Looking forward to a great show, says George Gashoiri. At the end of play, nitakuwa on leave. Well done. Stella S says, good morning, lovely people. Hope the Haiti mission has been put on hold. Yes, it has. They don't know what they're getting into. Abi. Ricky Kiprop says, good morning from Perth in Australia. And Kennedy Wanjala is also tuned in from Kilifi this morning and says, good morning to you. Deno Mwanza says, happy Friday, team. Onganyo Malala is also tuned in and says, Nyaboke does a good job. At exactly 6 a.m., I get the notification of streaming. She's like that. That's why we like her. Antonio Nyango says, good morning. Have a good Friday, Team Spice. Robert Mbogo says, good morning and happy Friday. Mombasa is tuned in. Joe Munga is also tuned in this morning. And Lamek Oteno says, good morning, Wachapakazi. Good health to you from Athi River. Rogers Nyanga says, good morning, tuned in from Voi. It rained cats and dogs. Not just cats and dogs yesterday. Yeah, so the rain is starting to do the thing here and there. Moon Soon says, have a good day, everybody. Guten Morgen from Frankfurt. So are you in the Frankfurt of Germany or the Frankfurt of Switzerland? Or rather Belgium? Today is World Sleep Day. I knew there had to be something. Remember in the morning what I was telling you? I knew there had to be something. You see, the world is saying it's Sleep Day.
Today is World Sleep Day.
Yes. I knew it.
Okay.
It's not just me.
What does that mean? We should sleep?
Exactly.
Or we should celebrate sleep?
Or you should tell us how you slept.
Okay.
Kiongozi Omosh says, this Edna girl should be live. I really need to see her. This Edna girl needs to be seen.
Eco demand
Already tuned in now, Patasana, says Simon. Wairimo, good morning. Greetings from the Windy Bay area. Beware of the Ides of March. Indeed, today is the 15th. 14th, 15th. Bashari and Jeru says, good morning. Abraham says, I am here. What a way to announce yourself. Welcome. Good morning from Kericho, the only place travelers stop to take pictures by the roadside. Is it? Okay. That's Ken Cherry. Dennis Kiprop says, hi. Wycliffe Sunday, good morning to you. Paul Momanyi says, good morning, Team Spice. We see you. Alex Asige, please, guys, invite Justice Grace and Joka next week. Next week specifically? Zawa. Hussein Ali is watching from Somalia. Always looking forward to your insightful show. Thank you for being here. Ken Korea says, good morning, great team. Jimmy Wekesa is also tuned in this morning. And Francis Emisiko says, happy Friday from New Jersey. Ngendo says, we made it to the weekend. Good morning. Chamgay, my beautiful people. We see you, and good morning. Paul Njehia, where are you looking, Ndu?
The computer.
I'm looking at the computer. Should I be looking somewhere else? Please tell me and I'll do it. Mativa Gidi says, good morning from the Archipelago Farms in Pate Island, Lamu. A beautiful day. Pate, sorry. Pate Island. Okay. There should have been an accent aigu over the E, and I would have known it's Pate. Anyway, a beautiful day and looking forward to a great mission. Now suddenly I want to go there, this Pate Island. Pate.
That is the Lamu Archipelago.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Interesting place, though.
Is it? It's beautiful.
Very.
I want to go.
Not a single vehicle.
People just walk about.
Boat, then you just walk about.
Nice. That I want.
Then next to Pate, there's an island called Siu.
Siu.
S-I-U.
Siu.
Yes. Okay. Interesting place.
I want to go.
You should go.
Good morning from Minneapolis. It's still Thursday. That's what Ian Nalika says. Everybody, good morning and karibu sana.
Kila mutu, sindio?
Yeah.
Very good. City?
Yes.
Do like that. With
Today is the final day of our Proverbs from the Republic of Seychelles. Okay? This one is an interesting one. If a little tree grows in the shadow of a large tree, it will die small.
Oh.
I like that.
If a little tree grows in the shadow of a large tree, it will die small. Get out of the shadow.
Get out of the shadow. Shadow is not good for you. Do you know, it took someone who understands these things better than I do to explain to me, because I needed to understand why it is you keep the distance between trees when you're planting them. They told me, if there's adequate distance, the upward movement of their growth is towards the sun.
Yeah.
I said, and there's competition.
Yeah.
And that's why you'll find they're more or less all the same size, and they're all shooting up.
There's competition for that sun.
Yes, exactly. So I said, really? It is good to be told things by people who know. Because at the point I was being told I was ignorant.
You just see trees.
Yeah, trees. And I'm wondering, why all this fuss? This distance, 2 meters, 2 meters, what? Just plant. Told me, no, it doesn't work like that. Then they explained it. And all of a sudden it made a lot of sense. Yes.
All right, let's do the headlines.
On the front page of the Standard, HIV pregnancy tests land KRA in trouble. That's an interesting headline. You might want to look into the story a little bit more before you make any conclusions. Barely days after suffering a court setback on skewed staff recruitment, KRA is finding itself in a tight spot after MPs called for an inquiry to investigate the anomaly and why it subjected job applicants to HIV and pregnancy tests and disqualified 133 who turned positive for either one of the two. Wowee. I think you should be charged for this, says Ongonde Were, who is the Kasipul MP. Didn't your legal department advise you before subjecting them to pregnancy and HIV tests? Surely. We need an inquiry. Don't misbehave. Reprieve as fuel prices fall on stronger shilling, lower global cost. Kenyans get a slight relief after cost of fuel fell for the 5th consecutive month, with a litre of petrol going down by 7 shillings and 21 cents, and that of diesel reducing by 5 shillings. But will the drop translate into cheaper commodity prices? That's the question. Paying for patients as doctors down tools. Health CS Nahumisha says her ministry has money constraints even as health services grind to a halt in public facilities countrywide after doctors went on a strike Wednesday night. Moment of truth. Ryla to know fate as AU organ meets today. The Executive Council meets to make that decision as per who will be in the running for the AU Commission chair. Why it is key to prepare for the holy month of Ramadan. It's looking into that. Ramadan Karim. Look at some of those stories.
Okay. I have the Nairobian. Today is Friday.
It is.
The Nairobian has some interesting headlines. On the front page of the Nairobian, the main headline is the fall of Joey and why jilted lovers kill. The murderer spent weeks sending cryptic tweets, sharing screenshots, and even boldly tagging the DCI and various leading media stations. This is basically talking about the story of the two lovers, Jacqueline Kimayo and Evans Kosgei. Evans killed his wife Jacqueline and then killed himself. And they're talking about why when men educate their lovers only to be dumped. Apparently the story had more details. Where Evans is said to have sponsored Jacqueline through college, and she got the teaching job, and then he says she started cheating on him. So part of the reasons why he was so bitter was that, you know. They also have a profile on the late Henry Chakava, the doyen of African literature. Whence comes another like Henry Chakava? Mombasa shitty.
Really?
Yes.
Yes, and he is not imitating.
Not imitating.
To his Mombasa shitty.
Certain individuals with whom he inhabits the same geographical space called Kenya. No.
No public toilets and broken sewers in Mombasa. They tell that story on page 14. And then there's also another interesting story. Shit show. A prestigious teacher training college closed down after student poops in urinal.
I want to know how we're even reporting this stuff.
A reputable technical training institute has been closed indefinitely over tension caused by a student who defecated in part of a toilet meant for urination. Hundreds of students of Mawengo Technical Training Institute in Homa Bay County were sent home on Tuesday afternoon after they became violent. Even though the matter seemed trivial, the tension grew in a manner that the school management could no longer allow the students to continue staying in the school.
Okay. Sour. Okay.
Western Kenya has been hit by a shortage of mukobero,
What?
a plant believed to enhance sexual drive when chewed.
And there's a shortage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Researchers attribute the herb shortage to effects of climate change and human activities.
Well, I can see the human activity.
Nairobian. You got a story. Then there's this sad story. Remember the 19-year-old girl who is seen on CCTV entering a short stay place with a gentleman. And then kidogo, she's fallen off the 10th floor of that building. And the guy is found with deep stab wounds. She was buried in Machakos. And it's not clear. It's still not known.
What happened?
Her name is Joan Nzomo. She was fondly known by her family and friends as Joanita. She was laid to rest at Ndu village on Tuesday at a somber ceremony attended by the schoolmates and lecturers from the East African School of Aviation, where she was pursuing an aircraft dispatcher course. Her half-naked body was found sprawled on the ground floor of the story building on the morning of March 2nd, hours after she had booked a room the previous night with a man who has since been identified as Lawrence Gitonga and who's recuperating at hospital with knife wounds. It's not clear what happened, but a CCTV footage in the hands of DCI reveals that the two checked into the apartment at 3 a.m., only for the girl to be found lifeless the next morning, wearing only a t-shirt. Detectives believe the lovers first made merry at a local club before heading to the short stay room to cloth the remainder of the night. The footage shows Gitonga picking the room keys opening the door, herding the girl inside. That's the last moment. The two are seen together.
It's too much
That
of
one?
these things happening now.
Yeah. Sidi, do you have the Star by any chance?
No, I don't have the Star by any chance. But I have the
East African for last week.
This week.
Okay.
Okay.
Talking about the AU bid, this one is an interesting story here. New hurdle in Raila AUC bid. Draft rules that propose only women contestants, if passed, could block the Kenyan statesman from the coveted continental job. This is a story on page 6.
The only women?
Yes, there is a body in the AU that determined a while back that, you know something, as we're looking, there's a document called the Preparation for the Election of Senior Leadership of the African Union Commission, February 2025, okay? And this was done by the AU's legal counsel and deputy commission chairperson, and in conjunction the permanent representatives of the African Union Executive Council. Now, the idea was, look, we've had men doing this thing, blah, 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 for the longest time, okay? So that we honor this gender requirement and rule, should we then not consider having a woman also as chair after you've had a man or a series of men? That was the general problem.
So make it rotational.
Yes, rotational. So
because
that,
before this current chair, it was a woman who was the chair.
Yes.
What was her name? Dlamini.
Yeah.
Dlamini Zuma.
And it's the only one who's ever been.
She's never, she's
the only one who's ever been. Never had any other. So they were saying, look, it only makes sense. But it has not been passed. So if that is passed, then it means Kwisha, that one is, if it's passed, the issue of a man contesting is done
in this particular one.
And Raila is a man.
Yes. So people are talking about hurdle. This is a real hurdle here.
You are to PTG.
Okay, that's number one.
Okay, so
the AU Council has spoken.
I was going to say, so now that they are here, the full representation, and they've told us.
That one we have heard. Juba oil shrinks, economy tanks. President Kiir, bless you, sir. President Kiir wants production ramped up as debt piles up and cash crunch bites amid security and political uncertainty. The story on page 8 and 9. Okay? Then bang in the middle of the paper. Bang. Why Mathuki has to go. President Ruto nominated the EAC Secretary General to an ambassadorial post in Moscow. Moscow is not around the corner.
Ile Moscow, Russia.
Ile Moscow, Russia. Moscow, Kisumu.
Okay.
Moscow, Russia. Okay? At a time, regional MPs kicked off a vicious campaign in Nairobi to have him sacked on graft allegations. God Almighty.
Okay.
What on earth happened?
Let's take a look at traffic then.
Yes, let's do.
Yeah.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to
All
start
right, not
your
much
day.
happening beyond the Pangani underpass on the Thika Superhighway, coming in from Westlands, free and clear all the way into the city. Limuru Road traffic is probably not going to be a thing until much later in the morning. And we're also looking at free flow of traffic coming off of Kiambu Road, making your way through towards Muthaiga Square and then out into the CBD. All right, so that looks all right, at least for now. As you're coming off of Langata Road, that's okay all the way through towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. We've not seen much happening on Magadi Road, but we happen to know that it will pick up. So let's keep an eye on things there and see. Coming in from Cabanas to North Airport Road and then heading towards the Eastern Bypass and then Outer Ring also looks pretty good. Still slim pickings this morning. Let's see what happens as we get into it. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
All right, tell us.
Okay, so you want to know why KRA is in trouble? Let me tell you. So they were doing some hiring, right? And now members of parliament are saying, the way you people went around this thing has some question marks, and we are questioning. Members of parliament want a commission of inquiry to investigate why the Kenya Revenue Authority subjected job applicants to HIV and pregnancy tests and then went ahead and disqualified 133 of them after they either turned positive for pregnancy or HIV. The MPs further want the commission of inquiry to investigate the skewed hiring of 1,406 revenue service assistants. The calls for the probe are coming days after the High Court nullified the recruitment exercise conducted by the taxman last year on grounds that it was skewed in favor of two communities. The court ruled that the taxman should have afforded adequate and equal opportunity for appointment, training and advancement to all levels to members of all ethnic groups and persons with disability. And apparently KRA did not do this. So yesterday, the National Assembly Committee on Cohesion and Equal Opportunity said it had established that KRA had engaged in a gross violation of the Constitution in hiring of revenue service assistants and recommended a deeper probe into the issue. The Commissioner General Humphrey Watanga appeared before the House to answer questions relating to the inquiry, rather to answer queries relating to the hiring. Now, Mandera West MP Aidan Haji said there is no doubt that the gross violation of the Constitution was conducted by KRA during the recruitment of the revenue service assistants. Kasipul MP Ongondowere said that all applicants of the revenue service assistant position had been subjected to mandatory HIV and pregnancy tests, and they were found to be positive. They were all sacked, or rather, not called. I think you should be charged for this, he said, without mincing words. Didn't your legal department advise you before hiring? How do you subject them to pregnancy and HIV tests? We need an inquiry. He went on to say, those who conducted the interview should make a statement. We should also call the 133 subjected to those HIV and pregnancy tests. This matter needs time, but before that, KRA should explain why we should not force them to hire the 133 with immediate effect.
So they made applications for a job, jobs.
Yes.
And one of the conditions was go have an HIV test.
Or pregnancy.
Okay. And then the results are, I presume, sent to the authority in confidence by the medical
as well as the individual.
And the individuals can prove that it's because of the positive status of their results that they were denied a chance to get employed.
I'm sure it wouldn't be hard to prove because you have their names on the list.
Problem.
Yeah.
Problem.
It's a big problem.
Problem. Huge. Discrimination with the capital Z.
Exactly. With the capital Z.
So how did this matter come up?
So,
who blew the lead?
That's a good question.
The lead was blown by whom?
It doesn't tell us. It doesn't tell us how it came before now Parliament that 133 had actually not been considered. Nope,
okay.
It doesn't say. We don't know. But somehow this information, interestingly enough, through this deliberation, KRA has not denied this. Okay? They've gone on to say Commissioner Rispa Simiyu, who was part of the KRA team, however, explained that the recruits were set to go training for 3 months to prepare them for their roles as tax collection officers, and that they were to be tested prior to this training. That it is because of the
they were undergoing paramilitary training by KDF.
They had to do this training.
Okay, so pregnancy would be an issue.
Yes, they had to do this testing. Now, Simiyu said, I could be wrong, but I'm told the military always does this, subjecting people to HIV and pregnancy tests during recruitment. Watanga, however, said the matter was before court and begged not to comment on the same in his line with the sub judice rule. He told the committee that despite 133 applicants being rejected on medical grounds, the doctors did not disclose to them what they were ailing from. Nyeri Town MP Duncan Mathenge reiterated the need to treat people living with HIV with dignity and wondered why KRA, despite it not being the only organization with enforcement officers, continued to subject the applicants to tests. But now CMU is saying, I mean, if you're going to come and work in the office, that's not an issue. But they had training that they had to do. And according to the military, we cannot subject you to this training without having subjected you to these tests. Okay? So imagine somebody...
It's a requirement that they have. It is not something that was specifically set up for this group.
No.
They have always had it.
So, and it's not the first time they've done it, according to this, okay? But the question is then, why has this come up this time?
So this is specific to those Jeshi KRA that have been deployed across the country.
Yes.
So when they were hired, they first went through some paramilitary training conducted by KDF. And KDF officers needed to know how to treat the Kurutus. This one.
Lakini, I'm sorry, but for any kind of legal, it blows it wide open for any kind of legal anything, because then you have to ask, okay, there's a military component, that's true. But at the same time, can you then say that the reason why you're sent away without having been given adequate explanation as to why, and then we find out later that it is because you are in this condition, whether it is a condition of pregnancy or HIV, that you were not given the job?
Yeah. That one?
It's a tricky one.
It's a tricky one. The HIV tribunal, whose chair is your friend CT, could shed light on us.
That matter will go before the tribunal.
And other places.
And they'll deliberate.
City?
Yes, please.
That story you're telling us in the Nairobi, not
East
Nairobi,
African.
East African.
Yeah.
Please look at page 6 of the Standard. There's an update. As you do that, let me tell you about, there's an advert that's been taken out by McKinney Schools. Okay? It's a position statement. It says, after years of restraint and attempts to resolve this matter diplomatically, McKinney School terminated its agreement with Nixon Bugo as a parent at the school and initiated legal proceedings for defamation to seek justice and restore any reputational damage suffered as a result of his actions. Recent events have underscored the financial repercussions of endorsing actions without due diligence, exemplified by parents inadvertently entangled in Nixon's personal legal battle. So there's a war here between a parent and the school. And the school has terminated its engagement with this person as being a parent. That means what?
Remove your children.
Children not in the school. And say the facts are as below. McKinney School was founded in 1978 by Dr. Pius Okello and Dr. Mary Okello. It was flourished under family ownership. In 2018, AdvTech, Africa's leading private education provider, acquired McKinney Schools, investing significant resources to elevate the education institution to international standards. Then McKinney has a PTA, that's a Parents Teacher Association, which operates as a non-political entity, aiming to enhance the educational experience of its members, learners, and foster positive relations with parents, teachers, and management. The association elects an executive committee annually, which comprises a chairman, a vice chair, secretary, and treasurer, and they serve for a maximum of 3 consecutive years. The PTA organizes various activities, facilitates open and transparent communication between stakeholders, advocates for the interests and needs of learners, and ensures financial transparency through regular audits. Nixon Bugo was elected McKinney's PTA chairman in 2019 for the 3-year term. And he has engaged in harassment, intimidation, and defamation towards the school's management, staff, and PTA members. In 2020, Nixon attempted to thwart the school's plans to introduce the Cambridge curriculum alongside the 844. He was unsuccessful. He also galvanized a section of the school's stakeholders around his idea to change the then managing director and communications director, requiring that he be consulted in the school's financial expenditures. Here too, he did not succeed. Our previous diplomatic approach to Nixon's demand saw us let go of talented staff members. Nixon is on record for threatening to fire staff and promising to reward others, both decisions being entirely out of his mandate.
Yeah, because, okay, sorry.
In 2023, Nixon authored a strongly worded letter to the school administration urging the dismissal of the current managing director based on unsubstantiated allegations of smoking and wielding firearms to intimidate parents. These baseless accusations led to a defamation lawsuit against Nixon, resulting in a gag order. Nixon's attempt to involve the PTA in the legal proceedings was rebuffed by the court. All his antics suggest that Nixon does not view the McKinney School as a conducive learning environment for his 2 children, and yet he fights to keep them at the school and continues to pay fees for their learning. He has now unlawfully extended his tenure as PTA chairperson. He's splitting the PTA and disrupting school operations, and is intent to convene an illegal AGM to advance his defamation agenda despite a gag order against him. So they say that we have reason to believe that Nixon's motives are purely for personal financial gain. And we further believe that the shift from a family-run business to a corporate-run institution with significant capital expenditure is the reason for his antagonistic attempts to gain control of the school's operations. So the owners of the school have put out advert there.
It's interesting that
This
he
is
seems
a
to be
big one.
very dissatisfied with what's happening at the school. However, insists on keeping his children there.
Yeah, he wants.
And he's the chair of the PTA. He's the chair of the PTA.
Yep.
A chair of the PTA is no mean position. It's a position of influence at any school.
Yep.
Okay.
Here's the thing that's happening. I mean, he brought his children there because he loves the school. And he wants the school to continue thriving and being a good school. And in his opinion, probably, he feels if, for example, the MD is not running the school properly, if there are teachers who've been hired here and they are low substandard teachers, they are bringing down the quality of the school, as a PTA chairperson, he brings it out. If he feels that the directors of this school are we're paying school fees, and this school fees should be going into, developing and helping the school become better, and the money is not, he raises it. And the school administration is like,
Perhaps they didn't like his MO. Is it possible that what he was saying had merit, but the way in which he went about it was unpalatable?
Probably.
Possible.
Probably.
And it's been
Since 2019, when he became the PTA chairman, he went in there and said, tutanyorosha.
Imagine when you start like that. You say, Allah, who is this?
Yeah. So, where is the matter in court? Hiya, City. You seen it?
I've seen the article. I've even read it. I thought that was one hurdle. Then a second one. Any country who's had any citizen of their country holding a senior enough position in the AU, they are arguing should not be eligible to contest. Now we, Kenya, we produced a former deputy AUC chair, Erastus Mwencha.
How long ago was that?
2008 and to 2017.
So if we have ever produced somebody senior,
yes,
you cannot produce a chair.
They are now saying there's this suggestion. And then Rwanda also had the current deputy, Monique, I'm not going to read the second name. It's a bit lengthy, so it's a compound word.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So essentially, if we are to follow this argument, it means then Kenya and Rwanda would not be eligible.
But now there's a meeting that's happening today.
Yes, there is. The council meets today.
What's the story then, Cincy?
Well, the meeting is to try and iron out some of these things, because all these things...
Who's meeting?
Today, the Standard has established that Raila could clear the hurdle with a meeting of the Permanent Representative Committee, agreeing to shelve the gender proposal, freezing member parties to nominate candidates of either gender. Yes.
So the Executive Council is meeting this morning.
Yes.
To iron out these matters.
Yes. The recommendation is among others that will feature in the Executive Council's final draft decision.
Okay.
Bas, nimekwambia hii hatupitishi. Hatupitishi.
Okay.
Baba pod what?
What?
Yes, hiyo.
Haya.
So, sasa,
tuendelee.
The Senate hearings yesterday were quite interesting.
Hey.
People were crying, said other things, did what. Kisii Deputy Governor Robert Monda put up a strong battle to save himself from impeachment, even as family disputes played out before senators yesterday. The rifts between Monda and his brother Reuben Orangi, who was one of the key witnesses for Kisii County Assembly, and Joseph Misati, a close friend to the Deputy Governor, and his son Dennis Mokaya, who alleged to have bribed Monda for a job, puzzled senators. Senators are wondering, your son? I would like to confirm that Misati, who has been my friend for over 30 years, and his 4 sons visited my home where they held discussions. They hinted Mokaya had applied for a job at Gusii Water and Sanitation Company. I told them that the right process would be followed. That's what Monda said. He told the Senate that the money he got from Mokaya was a refund of 500,000 he had loaned out to his father, and that the two families were friends, disputing the assertion that it was a bribe. So that one is cleared up, Abby. Monda said he called Guasco, which is the water and sewage company, managing director Lucy Wahito, asking whether there was such jobs for the confirmed and admitted to have erroneously, by mistake, sent 100,000 shillings to her. And then successfully asked for a refund of the money, which was meant for one Gladys Aminga. He said the money was meant for a consignment of building materials. However, to date, the money has never been reversed. Led by his lawyer, Katwa Keegan, Monda denied threatening Mokaya and that he had never held a direct conversation with him, despite their two families being friends for over 3 decades. Monda told the Senate he has been allocated 6 county staff working at his home and that he had submitted names to Kisii County Public Service while the enforcement officers guarding his house were deployed 3 months. 3 were deployed there immediately. There was an election. They were elected in August 2022. Now, it goes on and on. So we saw his brother come and testify. We saw his son come and testify. Tears were flowing freely. People were not up, they were just, there seems to be a lot that's going on here. And it'll be interesting to see the decision.
Meaning they've come to settle.
The decision happened at midnight.
It happened at midnight.
Kisii County Deputy Governor Robert Monda impeached. Senators voted to uphold the removal from office of Kisii County Deputy Governor Robert Monda by impeachment. I'm reading a tweet by the Honorable Emerson Kingi, the Speaker of the Senate. Senators voted as follows on the 4 charges. 1, gross violation of the Constitution or any other law. 39 senators voted to impeach him against 43 who were participating in the vote.
Boy.
Abuse of office, 39 senators said aende nyumbani. Gross misconduct, 35 said aende nyumbani. Crimes under national law, 32 agreed with that charge. So all of them were above 50% of the senators present were just saying, yes,
thanks.
Tumekubali. So impeachment upheld.
So, I'm coming home.
Sindio, big one. There's a bizarre story in the Standard today.
Bizarre.
Sometime during the COVID-19 lockdown, Protas Shimenga had an accident involving his car in Kakamega. He, however, got a shocker after he was served with a judgment requiring him to pay one Daniel Wafula 1.3 million shillings for an alleged accident along Getanga Mudhangari Road Junction in Nairobi.
Okay.
In the case, it was alleged that Shimenga's vehicle hit Wafula's motorbike. Shimenga is now before the High Court. He says it's puzzling to him that his vehicle is alleged to have knocked someone in Nairobi while he was with his vehicle in Kakamega. The accident in question happened. So there was an accident. He says, yeah, I had an accident. But the accident in question happened during the lockdown as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. I was in Kakamega with my car, and I am not aware how it was involved in an accident in Nairobi. According to him, it's become impossible to pursue an appeal because Mudhangari police officers have refused to give him the OB report. A P3, yeah. They've also refused to give him a P3 issued to Wafula and an abstract from the vehicle inspection that was generated.
Why?
In his case, Shimenga is urging the court to find that the 3 crucial documents are public information that should be freely issued upon request. He's told the court that he was not aware of the accident until he was handed the judgment. I was not even aware of this accident until I was served with the judgment. I went to Mudhangari police station to be issued the particulars of the accident, but I was not given the information. Ordinarily, the police abstract, the OB extract, the motor vehicle inspection report, and a copy of the P3 form are public information which should be furnished upon request. I have requested for the same pursuant to Access to Information Act, but the traffic commandant has refused, neglected, and or deliberately declined to furnish me with the documents. Wafula had sued Shimenga and Beatrice Wanjiru In the case, Wafula alleged that on or about June 1st, 2020, he was riding his motorbike, registration whatever, along Gitanga Mudhangari Road junction when Wanjiro collided with him. He claims that he suffered serious injuries. In the lower court, the judgment indicated that Shimenga was represented and admitted that the vehicle indicated by Wafula was his. There was someone who went to court and said, I'm representing Shimenga.
Did
in
he
this
have to
case.
look as?
He, however, denied knowing Wanjiro. The person who... So case went to court. The person who was driving was a woman called Wanjiro.
Yes.
2 people appeared in court. The claimant and somebody came here saying, I represent the registered owner of this vehicle.
Yeah.
However, I do not know this Wanjiro woman who is said to have been driving my car. In the lower court, Shimenga denied that Wafula was riding the motorcycle on Gitanga Road as alleged and also dismissed negligence claims. In the lower court, the person who was Shimenga in the lower court, a magistrate court gave a judgment against Wanjiro as she never appeared.
Before court.
Wafula called Corporal George Ratemo from Mudhangari police station. The officer produced abstracts dated September 18th, 2020 as an exhibit. The accident happened on June 1st. Abstract is for September 18. Ratemo confirmed the occurrence of the accident on June 1st at about 1700 hours along Gitanga Road, Mudhangari Road Junction, involving the motorcycle and the motor vehicle, which was driven by Wanjiro. The officer said upon conducting investigations, they blamed the driver of the motor vehicle for causing the accident. He said further that details including the driving license and the insurance sticker were taken at the scene. On cross-examination, Ratemo testified that neither the owner nor the driver of the suit motor vehicle was charged.
Why?
Does this Wanjiro actually exist?
Yeah, who is this one?
The thing is, so who was charged?
Yeah.
Ratemo said that the abstract contained the details of the driver which were lifted from the OB.
Which now they've refused to give them.
Shimenga is said to have testified and admitted that the vehicle was his. He admitted that the police abstract indicated his vehicle was involved in the accident, but he accused the police of lying. In the High Court now, Shimenga is claiming that he demanded for the documents about the accident, but he was not furnished with any. Did I say this is a bizarre story?
Bizarre.
It's convoluted.
Bizarre.
At the magistrate's court, police have charged I don't know who. It says this vehicle was being driven by Wanjiro.
And yet it is Shimenga's car.
And it is Shimenga's car.
And Shimenga saying he was in Kakamega.
And in the lower court, someone who is Shimenga comes to the lower court and says, the car is mine.
And I was in...
This Wanjiro woman does not appear in court at all.
And yet
he doesn't know her?
And
there's no evidence about it. And yet she was not driving the car.
Ati. And then
Cop comes and says, I came to the scene, I found Wanjiro driving in one vehicle in accident. I said Wanjiro had caused the accident. This vehicle is the one that was on the wrong. I filled it out. I went to the OB and I obtained the details and I did the abstract.
But now you're not allowing the guy who could potentially provide these things as evidence with that fundamental evidence.
He produced them in court, in the lower court.
But has refused to give them to the guy.
Mm-hmm.
You are supposed to make it public. He's refused to give it to?
The question in the lower court, were these documents produced and were they given to Shimenga? In the lower court, was Shimenga charged? He wasn't. So now Shimenga has been slapped with a fine. It's
strange.
Oh, Shimenga had 2 cars.
With the same
with the same registration.
Yes. And then Shimenga was also omnipresent.
And Shimenga Wanjiro and Shimenga.
And then there are 3. And then Shimenga in the lower court.
Then the Shimenga. Because Shimenga in the lower court is not the Shimenga in the higher court.
And Shimenga
Wanjiro
is not Shimenga Kakamega.
And Wanjiro is not even in court.
And Wanjiro is not even in court.
And she has been charged.
Oh no. Apana, no.
Shimenga ni jini.
Shimenga is not Shimenga.
And that is what the deputy SG of the KMPD told us, Nyawawa.
It's Nyawawa.
No, it's Nyawawa.
Phantom.
Hey, boo.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Wajiro's Bishop Wajiro, now speaking of Wajiro, Bishop Wajiro's land issue, blah blah blah, is going. Now this other side, Pastor Nganga alikuwa bunge jana. And he has been told, you said this land is yours. Can you bring all the documents? He says, me, I saw an advert. I went to Time Tower. I asked who is selling land. I bought land.
Now you're telling me I grab.
Mnataka kuchukua hii shamba yangu.
You're called in hell. Hell.
Chief Commander. Mimi. Chief Commander.
Can never be me.
Yeah. Well, keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
The news at the top of the hour on Vibes Radio.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. Senators voted overwhelmingly to remove Kisu's Deputy Governor Robert Monda from office. Monda was found guilty on all 4 counts, with 39 senators voting yes on the charge of gross violation of the Constitution or any other law. On the charge of abuse of office, 39 senators voted in favor, 3 voted against, and 1 abstained, while 35 senators found the DG guilty of gross misconduct, with only 3 voting to save him. Monda also lost on the 4th charge, with 34 senators finding him guilty of committing crimes under national law and 10 finding him not guilty.
Pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33(7) of the County Governments Act, and the Standing Order 86 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate has resolved to remove from office by impeachment Honorable Dr. Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County, and the Deputy Governor therefore ceases to hold office forthwith.
Majority Whip Boni Halwale moved the motion to impeach the Deputy Governor, arguing that while the crimes had not been proven beyond reasonable doubt, the Deputy Governor was likely to have received the bribes.
Pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution of Kenya and Section 33 of the County Governments Act and Standing Order number 80, the Senate resolves to remove from office by impeachment the Honorable Dr. Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii, on the following grounds. Charge 1, gross violation of the Constitution or any other law. Charge 2, abuse of office. Charge 3, gross misconduct. And charge 4, crimes under national law.
The doctor strike has entered its second day today, with doctors in several parts of the country vowing not to return to work until their grievances are addressed. Medical services in Mombasa, Kisii, Kakamega, Bungoma, Nyeri, Nakuru and Meru are paralyzed, leaving several patients stranded. However, in Kisumu, doctors continue to offer their services as usual.
Sijapata matibabu na kama kila ofisi unayoingia upati mwelekeo, ofisi unayoingia upati mwelekeo, yani huduma kama zimesita.
Siku hiyo ingine tulikuwa tunatibiwa vizuri, lakini saa hii hatutibiwi, na kijana yangu alifujika mguu, hiyo mguu inaanza kuoza. Sasa mimi nashindwa nikirudi nyumbani na huyo kijana, sasa shida itakuwa mingi.
The 7 council stakeholders in the health sector are pushing for the government and KMPDU to come to an agreement so doctors can return to work. Here's Magathi Hospital CEO Alex Irungu.
We are hopeful that the union leadership and the government will engage and come up with a solution so that each party is comfortable for the benefit of all Kenyans.
Doctors have also maintained that they are yet to receive any court order halting their strike, and so they'll continue boycotting work. 7 people arrested in connection with the brew that killed people in Kirinyaga County have been charged with murder in a Kerugoya court. They denied the charges and 6 of them were released on bond, while 1 remained in custody, with their lawyers saying they were not a flight risk. Next mention was set for May 2nd, when all parties will attend. A Catholic priest has been arrested, charged and remanded after he denied defilement charges. Thika Chief Magistrate Stella Tambo ordered that the priest be held in custody for 14 days pending the determination of his bond application. The accused defiled the same person on diverse dates between 2022 and August 2023 at his rented home here in Nairobi. Tambo will rule on the bond application on March 27th. And finally, still in courts, Mombasa court has declined to grant boon to cult leader Paul Mackenzie and 38 other parents of children rescued from the Shakahola forest. In her ruling, the Tononoko Court Principal Magistrate Nelly Chipchirchir said that the prosecution had advanced compelling reason against the accused persons interfering with children witnesses. The court agreed with the prosecution's submission that Mackenzie and his co-accused have strong influence and control of the children rescued in the massacre who are potential witnesses in the case. Nelly directed that the pre-trial conference be conducted on the 23rd of April. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
At a few minutes after 7 o'clock, what does traffic look like this Friday? It doesn't look like it's going to get any crazier than it already is. On the Thika Superhighway coming into the CBD, it is bumper to bumper. That's to be explained because we get into the tunnel. And then as we go towards Muranga Road or through towards Wangari Maathai, we'll be fine. On Limuru Road is now when we're starting to see some traffic start to trickle in, as well as on Kiambu Road. Coming in from the northern bypass will not be a problem. You'll be fine. And then in from Waiaki Way, some traffic. James Gishuru is also starting to build up pretty busily as you get over in from Mzima Springs, and then coming in from, Riara Road out then towards James Gishuru, coming in from Naivasha Road. That's also pretty busy now. Keeping an eye on things as we get into traffic hour. It's your normal traffic, nothing too painful at the moment. In case it does get sticky, talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start
7 minutes
your
after
day.
7. How are you doing? Welcome to the second hour of The Situation Room. Happy Friday. It's the 15th of March. It's the Ides of March. Yote. Kwisha.
Whole day.
It's over.
Yeah.
Kwisha.
Mambo.
Kwisha.
Watch where you walk.
Okay.
Never know who's lurking.
There was a gentleman who was before the Senate yesterday.
That's the guy who first the Ides of March.
It's the Ides of March. It's his reality.
Surely that's it. Huh?
Midnight.
Oi. Okay. Well, it's also some good news because bei mafuta ameshuka kidogo by 7 bob, right? As we say.
You need to be clear, mafuta
ya kupika, ya kukula, ya chakula, ya gari. si ya kujipaka.
Si olive oil.
Si ya nywele.
Si
kokobata. Mafuta ya gari. Okay. Na pia mafuta ya taa. All right. Those ones. Imeshuka kidogo bei. Tomorrow is Saturday. What's your plan for tomorrow? We are taking you to Nakuru, Lanette. Where is Lanette City?
It's in Nakuru County.
Very good. Number one. Number two?
Number two, it is on the road to Olkalau. Number three, it has an airport within its vicinity. The Nakuru airport is in Lanet. There's an army barracks. There are very, very, very many good schools that road to. By the way, even in the absence of these things, it's a very scenic place.
It's a serene place.
Serene is a good word.
Very good.
Serene is a good word.
Which is why username have come up with the Serenity Springs in Lanet.
Yes.
Angela Kenya is our next guest for the next hour. Before we introduce her, just show her that flyer.
Angela?
Tomorrow, whatever you're doing, Angie, tomorrow, Nakuru is a place to go. Okay? You can drive yourself to Lanet. It's just here. Or if you don't want to drive, we can provide transport. Just be at Kencom at 7:30 a.m.
In the morning.
In the morning. And you'll get onto the bus, take you there. You go and see this. It's a beautiful new development that's coming up, courtesy of Username Investments Limited. And they're saying all we want you to do is buy 1/8 of an acre here. For how much, City?
The 1.499, meaning 1,499,000. Deposit of 10%, 149,900. Is it 400? This is 150,000 deposit.
Tutakupatia change. Ukileta 150.
Tutakupatia 1 bob. So immediately umepata hiyo. But on the other hand, if you want to pay cash and you want to pay all of it at once, then 1.499. But if you want an arrangement can be arranged.
Yes.
Meaning, you can pay in 3 months, 6 months, even a year.
You can arrange it.
Yes.
Very good.
Bei ya kuongea.
Very good. SMS the word plot to 20321, or you can call them on 0725 000 222. All you need to remember is 0725. The other one you don't even need to think about. 000 222. 000 222. 0725 000 222. Call Username Investments. They'll tell you more about this particular development in Lanet, Nakuru, and be part of it. So we've talked about Angela Kenya. She is a portfolio director at Montgomery.
Anza tena bro.
Tuanza na portfolio ama na Angela.
Tuanza na Angela.
Okay. Breathe, brother.
Angela Kenya is the portfolio director. This one now, you've already jinxed it.
No, just Montgomery. Please.
Montgomery Group, East Africa. Angela, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the hot seat of the situation.
Asante sana.
You'll tell us a lot about Montgomery Group, but also you're here because we want to talk about the state of packaging, printing, plastics, and food processing industry in this region. We'll get to understand more about it. As you welcome you, Ndu will tell you also, not just this region. When you talk about the East African region, East Africa is part of Africa.
True.
There's a financial institution called EcoBank. I'm sure you've heard about it.
Yes.
EcoBank is big on this continent. Founded many years ago, 1997, in Lome, Togo. And it has spread its wings across 35 countries in Africa and beyond. Ndu.
Yes, it has. And those 35 markets in Africa, guess what? Guarantee that your banking experience continues wherever you go, wherever you travel to, wherever you land and take off from. So long as you're plugged into this one platform, EcoBank guarantees that your business and personal banking transactions remain. That you can continue paying your bills, you can continue sorting out your business. It doesn't matter whether you're in Lome, or you're in Abuja, or you're in Johannesburg tomorrow. That you can continue with your business because of the fact that they've set up this one banking platform and you can continue as though you never left, realizing that the way to do business is to make sure that the flows keep going, and because of that, it's a better way, it's a better Africa.
City, why don't you give the director of Montgomery Group the day's proverb?
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week have been from the Republic of the Seychelles. A little tree grows.
Start.
If a little tree grows, thank you, in the shadow of a large tree, it will die small.
If a little tree grows in the shadow of a large tree, it will die small.
Yes.
Angela, what's your interpretation of this proverb?
Well, I have to say, first, I wasn't expecting that proverb, but that's really good. But it means that we should be able to make space and let other people grow in their own light. Because I think my interpretation is that the shadow for that tree is actually not allowing light to come to the small one. And that's why it's dying. That's why it's dying very small.
You do?
She understands ecology better than I did.
Very good.
It's true. What is very true.
Okay. What's the Montgomery Group?
So Montgomery Group as a whole is a company that started in 1895. 1895, we are over 120 years old.
1895.
Yes.
Okay.
In the 19th century.
Yes.
Okay. That's all right.
Yeah, and we are a family-owned business. Our headquarters are in London, but in Kenya we came in from the year 2012. We are a B2B events organizing company. When I say B2B events organizing company, it's business to business. And our purpose is to serve our world, to develop relationships and nurture opportunities. So everywhere we go, that's what we try and do. In our events, that's our purpose. To serve, to nurture relationships, and to develop opportunities.
What kind of events? When you say events, what do we mean?
So I'll first focus in Kenya, or in East Africa actually. So in Kenya right now we have 3 events in our portfolio. We have one called ProPack East Africa, which is a printing, packaging, plastics and processing exhibition. It's mainly focused for the manufacturing industry. We have a Kenya food, drink and hospitality event. This is for, again, the hospitality sector, still B2B. And we have a security, occupational safety, fire and tech exhibition. Yes.
ProPack, that's why you're here.
Yes.
What's it all about?
So ProPack is a printing, packaging, plastics processing exhibition.
Printing, packaging, plastics, processing.
Yes. So it's in the manufacturing sector, and we hold it every year. And the reason for this is that it's to create opportunities for the different manufacturers in Kenya to be able to source products from different exhibitors, from even just knowledge sharing as well, from associations, from innovation industry leaders. So it's basically a networking exhibition. So it's business to business. And one of the key areas we focus on, I know everyone keeps on asking, what's ProPack? Yeah. So we have ProPack in Kenya. We have it in Ghana. We have it in Nigeria. We have it in South Africa, both in Cape Town and in Johannesburg. And a lot of people just think it's just pro packaging, which you can actually say it's that. But then what it is actually an exhibition to be able to develop manufacturing in all these countries. Because if you look at it, in any economy, manufacturing is what really drives. You can be able now to move to the next level if your manufacturing is okay. Look at Germany, where they are right now. Their manufacturing is really good. Italy. So those are the so we are looking at developing the manufacturing sector in Africa so that we can, again, be a reference point for other countries.
Manufacturing of everything or manufacturing of packaging?
Manufacturing of everything. Because, like packaging, packaging is everywhere. Yeah. When you even buy your clothes, they come wrapped. Yep. That's packaging. Yeah, they come wrapped, they'll be wrapped. Actually, let me even show you this. So this was from, so this year, we invited the Tunisian government so that they can learn also for what you're doing. So they came with, so we had ProPack in just this week, it just ended yesterday. So Tunisia is very good in olive oil. So when you're talking about packaging, you're looking at, we talk about circularity and reuse of packaging. So you see this, when you look at it, what does it look like? Like you can see it, it's very smart, it's nice. But then what's actually in here, Lord, is there olive oil.
Allah.
Yeah, so you can imagine it's really smart, it's really nice. So we're looking at we're going beyond, that's why you're talking about innovation. Yeah.
So that's olive oil that's packed like that?
This is olive oil, yeah.
What did you think it was when you looked at the package?
Could be perfume.
I thought so too, yeah. Something like that, right?
Yeah. It's extra virgin olive oil. So when you're looking at it, we are also trying to push our own producers to be as innovative. Like you want to be able to have, so this kind of packaging is reusable. Because I'm a lady, I can easily remove this and put all my I don't know, beadwork, etc. in there and use it way after. Yeah, so it doesn't. So I don't have to actually just throw it out. And even the bottle itself, I can easily even just put a spray bottle on top, put sanitizer inside, and everyone who comes to my house can be able to just spray their hands and use it. So we are trying to make sure that when somebody is packaging, they're thinking beyond. I'm not just thinking about when I use the olive oil I've cooked or I've used it on my hair. I just throw it and continue with life. We're saying it has to go. I have to think about the end cycle. What will Angela do when she buys with this olive oil with the packaging that I put after it?
Okay, that's very interesting. It's very interesting. So, what are the trends when it comes to this sector? Printing, packaging. I can see when you say you're encouraging people to be more creative, to think about the end, where this product will end, because that's a conversation we've had many conversations here on what are people doing when they're thinking about the packaging for their products, the end use of this, and how it goes into the circular economy. What are the trends now when it comes to packaging and printing and such material being manufactured?
So when it comes to the trends, a lot of people are now moving to clear bottles. Yeah, that's one of the things. Of course, you say with Coca-Cola, who moved the Sprite bottle to clear, and now Biofood is actually in the process of changing their cups to become clear, because these are easier to be able to recycle. They even began with the adhesive, because you have to think about when you have, like, let's say your water bottle, when you're peeling out the label, is it actually damaging the bottle? Is it easy to be recycled? And if you even look at this, back to my example, instead of putting labeling, they've engraved. So that's some of the things that people are doing, because that is also waste that can be avoided. You'd rather engrave rather than having an adhesive or paper around it. Yeah, of course, there's also the part that we are also getting. A lot of people are getting rid of straws that are not biodegradable. Also, in terms of even like right now, if you look at many company gift bags, they're all things that are made of biodegradable or compostable material. Yeah, so they're small moves, but if you look at it, they make a big impact, because these are things that people use to a day-to-day basis. And we also have now these days we have a lot of companies that are in recycling, so it's recycled PET. So you have people like T3 who have they recycle the bottles that we use. And also, there's a push now to standardize the bottle tops. If you look at the bottle tops of your drinks, water, some sodas and some soft drinks, they're all different. But then, so that means that when it comes to recycling, it becomes very hard to recycle them. So there's a push to standardize that, so that when you're recycling, it's the same for everyone.
Is it industry-led or is it policy-led, this push?
It's both ways. There's a lot of industry led, because of course a lot of companies, like even ourselves as Montgomery Group, we have environmental sustainability policy, and also people wonder, okay, in VEDS, manufacturing, why do you have a sustainable policy? But what we believe is that we cannot be preaching what we don't practice. So, like, even for us, there are things that we are aiming for net zero events by 2050. So we also look at the impact our events have on the environment and also in our organization. And at the same time, we also push our suppliers. So I'd go to the venue and ask them, by the time I'm going to Site Center for the venue, like, what is your sustainability policy? What are you doing to make things more sustainable? So at the same time, there's that also push from the industry, because internally, companies have a sustainability policy. So they're also pushing their suppliers. And also that we have associations such as KEPRO, Kenya Producer Responsibility Organization, who's also been leading that talk, and also PACPRO, which was formerly PETCO.
Every time I hear of an organization that does what you say you do, every time it's mentioned, I'm actually less informed than I was before. And it's not because what you're doing doesn't make sense. It is what I think it's supposed to represent. So now, for me, it's a journey now. And so far, we're doing okay. I'm beginning to understand what it is you do, but let me understand. What was the thinking behind setting this thing up, those in the 19th century? And how has it evolved to where we are now?
Okay, so our founder, what happened was one of the industries in London was suffering. Yeah, the trade was really low. of course, there's a lot of political things happening at that time, and they just sat down and asked themselves, like, how can I be able to help this industry? Yeah, and he did, like, he just put them in together, put stalls, paid even for everything, and asked guys to be able to come and see their products. Yeah, so that was it was a very simple move, but now that was our beginning.
The entry point.
Yes. And then from there, we have been slowly expanding, sharing our knowledge, because for us, it's really, like as you said, the tree and the small tree. It doesn't make sense for one person to go and the other one doesn't. So even in terms of the larger exhibition companies, we are always, they're part of us. Some of them have part of our events, which we sold which is sold to them, and also we sit down with them and exchange ideas. So we are part of something called the AEO, Association of Exhibition Organizers, where we just want to make the industry grow, make sure that you're sharing knowledge and everyone is actually improving over time.
Okay. Which industries have you worked with in Kenya?
Companies? Oh, quite a number. So depending, let me just stick with ProPack first. So in terms of ProPack, we've worked with companies such as TechPack, CDL, Tetra Pak, Mr. Green Trading, All-Win Packaging. Honestly, I can go, like this week, we had over 150 exhibitors, and over 80% of them were Kenyans. So I'd probably name about 90 companies thereabouts if I continue.
So there are many that actually are involved in this, in doing packaging.
Yes.
Right? How many of them are in plastic?
Quite a
number. How
number.
many are in other biodegradable stuff?
So you'll find that, okay, I'll highlight a few who are in mostly, like you can say, recycling, because you see it's a whole, that's why you call it like almost an ecosystem. So the reason we have even the packaging, printing, plastics and processing together is because when you look at it, let me just can I bring it down a bit?
Okay.
Is that imagine me as a tea farmer, yeah? So I've harvested my tea, my leaves are over there. I won't say it like more logically, but we'll try and see. So I have my leaves and I want to have my tea leaves later on, yeah? Like now, so that can go to the consumer.
Yes.
So it means that I need a machine that can wash, the leaves, that can dry it, that can grind it. Then I'll have to be able to pack it in something that won't let air come in. Then something nice for you to be able to see and see whatever my name is. And then now it goes outside. So you see, between that process, what have I done? I have done processing, I have done packaging, I have printing on that label, and plastics now comes in because I can also choose to change any of the packaging that I have in that thing. So you'll find that all these companies, they kind of have more or less like 2 or 3 items on them.
Right.
Yeah, because by the time I'm offering you a solution for my tea factory, then you've touched on the processing, on the packaging, on the printing.
Right. So you'll find that all of them are many of these companies offering the printing and doing the packaging for you.
Yes.
And also offering maybe some advisory on branding.
Yes.
Right?
And processing.
And the processing part of it. Okay.
So, I mean, with all of this, when you look at packaging and you talk about the materials that are being used and how it has evolved over time, the climate issue, the environment issue often always comes into play. So what happens with policy and responsibility when it comes to, so we can say, yes, I mean, we're working on making sure that packaging on a whole looks better. It's more appealing to the customer, to the client. But where is the sustainability angle? Does that come in here?
Yeah.
And protection of the environment and things like this.
Definitely. So there is policy that is pushing all, so that's where KEPRO is there, is to push all producers to be responsible and their items to be traceable from the time that they are leaving them to the end of the life cycle. Yeah, and that's now where I come to the extended producer responsibility, because before we were just concentrating on, okay, fine, this is your package, you have it, take your blue band container, take whatever container that you have and do whatever you want to do with it. But now we are putting the manufacturer responsible and saying that you release this to the market.
Yeah.
So where does it end at? We want the traceability until the end of the life cycle. It's no longer my responsibility as a consumer or the government or the county's responsibility. It's now the responsibility of the producer to make sure that they're not polluting the environment with
Yeah.
whatever they're producing.
Yeah.
Yes.
We've hosted these conversations before, like I said. We even had the Recyclers Association, and we're talking about how vibrant that industry is. Just still talking about the extended producer responsibility and what happens and how they work with them. But then, often you'll think, as a producer, I have been, working on the processing, the packaging, the printing, and putting it in the market, and I start making money out of it, because the whole idea is for me to make money.
Of course.
Now you've added this other responsibility of I have to think where it ends after the first use, whether it's how it's going to be collected, how it's going to be reused, I have to start thinking about that. That becomes a cost. Are the industry players mentioning the cost? Are they talking about, so this, because of, I have to do this now, because of, okay, I want to be a responsible person, so I've joined KEPRO, so I've signed on to the, MOUs and everything. I want to have the extended producer responsibility, but it's costing me something. What's this cost?
Well, at the end of the day, like, especially when this word started being thrown around, yeah, there's a time sustainability felt like it's a
buzzword.
Yeah,
it's just
fun. And we were trying to have a lot of conversations with these companies, because you're just throwing this to me, but you're not breaking it down for my steps.
Yeah.
You get, and we have been hosting meetings and webinars with many of the producers to be able to make sure that they understand it's a step-by-step process. Like, when I even give an example for our company, we are moving to net zero events by 2050. Was it possible that quick? Would have actually not had 2050 in that tagline. Would have been 2025, 2030. Yeah, exactly. So it's a step-by-step process, and at the end of the day, honestly, there is an investment that is being put in, but then when you look at the long run, when you look at your business in a long-term basis, it ends up being more, can I say, it's going to be more profitable for you in the long run. Yeah, and not only because consumer preferences are changing, so it means that if you're still having your old kind of packaging, I as a consumer can just refuse to buy buy your product, because I also am feeling responsible as a consumer. And at the same time, as people are being more innovative, you also have to keep up. Yeah, we have a responsibility to be sustainable in our innovation. Otherwise, our innovation will not be able to keep up with the market.
Yeah, but also have a responsibility to my shareholders to give them value. Right?
Yes, you do.
The value that they're looking at, my shareholders, is the dividend I'm giving back to them. So is this responsibility coming at a cost to my bottom line?
Yeah, there is a cost, honestly. There is a cost.
So how do you now navigate when you're having this conversation and trying to bring somebody on board and show them, the need for responsibility? How do you justify it against cost?
Basically, what we try and do is break it down for them in terms of a step-by-step basis, as I said. But then the main thing is that where we are at, it's almost move or die. Do or die. Yeah, and at the end of it all, it's the good thing is that it's a step-by-step process. It's not too heavy over time. Like, if you look at even people like biofoods, they've been doing it incrementally, and that's what you're going for. Incremental change. We're not asking someone to completely change their whole line, but now it's an incremental change. Like, you can think about it like when a person is trying to lose weight. We're not asking you to lose all the weight in like 10 days. We're telling you this: today, skip the pizza. Yeah. Tomorrow, do this and this. So it's incremental change for the company. So what can I do today that can be able to make me more of a responsible producer, but then not affect too much of my bottom line at the same time? But then even for the shareholders, over time, they'll realize that if you do not take these steps, in 4 years' time,
we'll be dead.
Yeah, we'll be dead. You'll be a forgotten story.
Let's take a break. It's 28 minutes to 8. Our guest this morning is Angela Kenywa. She's a portfolio director at Montgomery Group East Africa. So you said you are a B2B event organizing company. Founded in
95.
And in Kenya, you've been here since 2020.
2012.
Since 2012, yes. We're talking about the state of packaging, printing, plastics, and food processing industry in East Africa. They just had the ProPack East Africa event in Nairobi. Many companies coming to exhibit, to have conversations, and that's what we want to hear. What conversations are they having at these events, and what's the value also for participating in such events? We'll be back shortly. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Username brings you Serenity Springs Lanette residential plot along the Nakuru All-Kalau Tarmac Road, 20 minutes from Nakuru City with proximity to high-end schools, hospitals and other key amenities. Introductory prices of 1,499,000 shillings all-inclusive with no hidden charges. An installment option is also available. Free site visits on Wednesdays and Saturdays. For more details, SMS plot to 20321 or call 0725 000 222.
If you want your clothes and fashion gear to be so sexy that even your wardrobe blushes, what do? Buy tickets to a fabulous fashion show? See what the dedicated divas are wearing? None of the above, because soon the Nairobian will become the Nairobian Extra and give you TNX rated fashion live.
I've got a plan that covers my car so well that even the traffic honks with approval.
ICEA Lion has a plan for everyone. Talk to us today for a plan that's right for you. Or visit icealion.co.ke. ICEA Lion. What's your plan?
Username brings you Serenity Springs Lanette residential plot along the Nakuru All-Kalau Tarmac Road, 20 minutes from Nakuru City with proximity to high-end schools, hospitals and other key amenities. Introductory prices of 1,499,000 shillings all-inclusive.
Partly sunny conditions this morning in Nairobi, highs of 26 and lows of 15. I will see lows of 13 and a sunny Nakuru at 14 going to highs of 29. It's 16 and sunny in Nyeri with highs of 26, while 26 will also be the high in a sunny Eldoret at 15. Mombasa is sunny at 28, highs of 33, and in Malindi at 29 we'll see highs of 33 as well. It's 21 and sunny in Kisumu with highs of 33, while Kakamega will see highs of 32. It's currently sunny at 18. Kampala is sunny at 20 with highs of 30, while Dar es Salaam at 28 is sunny with highs of 33. Looking into a mostly cloudy Johannesburg at 17 with highs of 28, while Mogadishu at 28 is sunny going to highs of 33, and it's 14 and sunny in Addis going to highs of 25. Lagos is cloudy at 26 with highs of 34, while at 24 Kinshasa is cloudy and will see highs of 32.
Spice up your life.
Okay, so traffic on the streets this morning. Fatal accident on Kiambu Road this morning, and so that's causing quite some. You need to please be careful as you approach and just try. If you're moving, keep it moving as rescue efforts going on there. So please be very careful as you're approaching that area and as the police and ambulances try to sort out that issue. Coming into through towards Muthaiga Square is also going to pack up a bit, and then we're going to see the traffic tail back on the Thika Superhighway. So please be careful there. Alternate route might be the Northern Bypass and then coming out through Limuru Road, and that's past the Giri. We're seeing traffic also on Wayaki Way, and coming in from James Gishuru, you're going to cross over to the Red Hill Link Road, and that is also pretty tight right now. Mzima Springs out from Lavington, very, very busy as well. And we're looking at traffic coming in from Naivasha Road and on Gitanga Road, touching on Gong Road, all pretty busy right about now. All right, Uhuru Highway is going to take on some of that as you get into the city, and Jogo Road is also busy, but Land is looking good all the way through to Kamkunji. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag, The Situation Room.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
right, 22 minutes to 8. The conversation continues with Angela Kenywa, Portfolio Director at Montgomery Group East Africa. We're talking about packaging, printing, plastics, food processing, that industry in Kenya and what it has been doing. The event that you hosted, Angela, it brought together several people to come and exhibit. So basically, they are talking to one another. What are they doing there? Are they sharing ideas, best practice? Are they trading with one another? What's the point of bringing fish into one fish tank?
I like that. So, yes, we had over almost 150 exhibitors. Yeah, but we also had about 5,000 people walking through the doors. So you can imagine that mix. And out of of course, also with the 150 exhibitors, an exhibitor is not coming by themselves because we had people who are on large stands, etc. So basically, we had about 600 exhibitors in the hall. So you have 600 exhibitors, networking with 5,000 visitors. There's a lot of exchange of ideas. There's business. Yeah, like there's a company a local company called Zaka that actually sold a machine on site because they just did a pitch. A person was like, this is what I need for my business. Bought it there and then. Of course, so there's business. There is also there's people who can realize that you can be able to partner. So we have a company called like Bobst, which is usually in the Middle East. So now they came here and they've partnered now with a Kenyan company called Multigraph. So, because now they realize that their solution works here, Multigraph can be able to add this and this. So now they come and partner together. In terms of our visitors, we as a company as well, because we call ourselves ProPack East Africa. So what we do is that we go beyond and we fly in people from Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Ethiopia, DRC. And as I know East Africa is not, Tunisia is not in East Africa, but also them. So we brought them in as well so they can be able to exchange ideas. So when you look at a manufacturer in Ethiopia, can be able to tell a manufacturer in Kenya, like this is what I've been doing, this is what I need. And then again, you see, in terms of our exhibitors, like we had the Austria pavilion. So the Austrian government paid for Austrians to be able to come and showcase their products. Italy did the same. We had exhibitors from Germany, from Canada, from all these places. So what are these exhibitors doing? They're also coming to be able to see what can we be able to learn from the East African market, and at the same time, what can we also be able to share with them? To sell and also to share, because also at the same time, they're also seeing what solutions do we need, because our economy is very different from theirs. Yeah, and then also the solutions we make that they need. So they're also coming to see where is the exchange that can be here. And it's really good. It's a very vibrant environment because you learn so much. Honestly, in like 3 days, your head, you feel like you need like maybe 10 weeks to be able to digest everything that you've learned. And even like in terms of our conferences, like this time we had an American university that sent down their students to be able to talk, their MBA students, to be able to talk about packaging in America and do a comparison with what you're talking about packaging in East Africa. So you can see the kind of conversations that are going on. Yeah, there's a lot of innovation being talked about, success stories, failures, because that's one of the ways to be able to learn. Yeah.
As we look at East Africa, are we looking at that? Because essentially it's manufacturing as well.
Yes.
Right? Are we looking at these as East African honed ideas, or are we looking at brought in ideas? Because I think that I'm starting to become a champion for things that are birthed here, because we see that essentially they contribute significantly to the growth, economic growth of countries. So are we looking at ideas that are brought from outside and then now they are duplicated? Or are we looking at homegrown ideas from here that can contribute significantly to industry and economy here?
We are actually looking at homegrown ideas and also the enhancement of homegrown ideas. So most of these companies are already doing manufacturing by the time they're coming. Yeah, whether be MSMEs or they be a bit large organizations. So all of them, I had an idea, I decided, fine, I'll go and manufacture this item. These are homegrown ideas. So all we're doing is like assessing, can I do this better? What can I learn from here? Yeah, and trying to now scale it up. I think during the conference, I think one of our associations was talking about, we want to move from value addition to value multiplication. So you want to make sure you can be able to multiply the value that us manufacturers in East Africa are doing. We want to take them the level up, a next level up. There's something called the Markup Access Program. This is market access upgrade program that is being run by the International Trade Center and the EAC. And this program is meant to be able to help the companies in East Africa to have global competitiveness, export-led growth, taking them to the next level. And that's what actually we're pushing even for this, in this edition of ProPac. We want our manufacturing industry in Africa to go to the next level. So that we're just not only importing, because you are able. It is just not us trying to make sure that we've given a platform for them to be able to exchange the knowledge.
Okay.
I'm sure when they come and they're exchanging ideas, you'll find that people in a certain market will talk about how easy or difficult it is for them to do their business, and it'll come to policy and regulation, right? So does the local industry then take up the ideas that they've learned and gleaned from such meetings and events and add them into their advocacy for policy, for regulatory framework, for laws, for taxes? And from previous events, have you seen a movement in that direction?
Yeah, definitely. The previous year, we did have WTO had sent some of the guys because we work with many organizations. So when you look at, let's leave the exhibitors aside and the visitors. So we have the associations. So we have the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. So we also have the African Packaging Organization, World Packaging Organization. Last time we brought the Egyptian Packaging Organization. So now you see when these organizations sit down, they're able to. So our visitors and our exhibitors have had all the issues that you're having.
Yeah.
So these are discussed now within the associations. Then the associations now also rally up and push, so that now policy can be able to make the market to shape the market the way they need to be shaped for them to be able to work for them. So we definitely, for us, we feel like, we know that the associations are very important.
Yeah.
And we try and support them as much as we can.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we try to integrate them. So that so we work with as many associations as possible, so they can be able to, not only one is pushing, they're pushing now from all corners, which now becomes a lot of noise and a good push at the end of the day.
Have we seen growth in this sector in Kenya, where we are seeing establishment of companies that are involved in the packaging space, or have we seen them actually shrinking and shutting down? Because what our manufacturing sector has been dropping, it's not been growing. So what does that mean? That there's no more packaging, or there's less packaging?
No, I think, so this time the conference was opened by Dr. Juma Mukwana, the PS of Industry and Trade. And he was saying, one of the things that people are not looking at in terms of manufacturing is that when somebody is thinking about manufacturing, I am thinking at a large level, yeah? But there's also what you call the MSME industry, yeah, and they are actually growing. There's the Juakali sector; they're also manufacturers, and they are growing. And also our industry, honestly, if you look at where we were in, say, 2019 and where we are now, there's a significant growth. There's been a bit of change, of course, the economic situation, but there is growth in these sectors, and the government right now is also, the hand is in there trying to push their manufacturing agenda through the MSMEs, through the market access program, through the manufacturing agenda 2023. All these are programs that are being pushed to be able to ensure that you have an effective manufacturing sector.
Do you see that there continues to be an appetite, whether it's from individuals? Because this is the thing, right? That you see how you can develop and how you can innovate and how you can make things more sustainable, if we're talking about it from that, or things more aesthetically pleasing, or something that somebody can then take and then repurpose it for something else, right? Do we see that there is an appetite for, truth be told, the fairer things of life, whereby you're now saying, I'd like something different. I go to a conference, for example, don't just put it in a paper bag anymore. Don't give me the book and the thing in a paper bag anymore. But if I see a beaded thing, or if I see a gold embossed box, I'm more likely to endear myself to it. Do we see that those things, that, the desire for the fairer, the more aesthetic things continue to grow?
Oh, Yeah, definitely. Especially in our market, it's really, really been growing. Fairer and also sustainable. So like from the point of, so even as we had a push, so before we used to provide water for exhibitors, and sadly a lot of it included a bit of plastic. Yeah. But now we were actually pushed to be able to partner with a water company that now just put filtered water, so, and everyone had to carry their own bottle.
Right.
Yeah, to be able to put water inside and then take it to your stand, you drink from there. So now putting it towards zero, like, so that there's no zero, like the zero plastic use. Yeah, in terms of the water. And you'll find that even in terms of packaging, people are looking at how are you packaging your soap? If you look at even these days when you go to the supermarket, the soap packaging has begun to change. Yeah, before it used to be a bit different. Yeah, now you can see there's more brown use, something that looks like paper. Looks really pretty. You feel like you can be able to actually put the packaging later on at the side. Yeah, and it's also biodegradable and it's also compostable. So the consumers are also pushing for things that are, yes, aesthetically pleasing, but also sustainable, because there's also a level of guilt when you use something that I know, like I take a plastic bottle and you see it like somebody throwing out the window, you feel like you'll actually stop your car or something, or even if you're walking, and be like stop damaging our environment when you've taken so many steps to try making it better.
Paul is asking, what's the industry doing to innovate packaging to replace single-use plastics? I think that's one part of it. What's the market currently what's in the market currently is flimsy, breaks easily. Isn't it about time that we started bringing back kiondos and bamboo and fiber and such for packaging?
Okay, I agree with Paul in terms of using, like, I think it was Thailand who have changed their water bottles to be all bamboo done. Yeah, so they're all bamboo water bottles.
So they're not bottles.
Yeah, they're made by bamboo. Yeah, so they're, what can you call them? Yeah, they're still bottles.
No, you are right.
They're water stems.
A bottle doesn't have to be plastic or glass.
Exactly.
No.
Yes, exactly.
It could even be metal.
Precisely. Exactly, yes. And so there's a push for that as well. There are many people who are trying to do that. And also there's a company in Kenya that has also been doing a lot of 3D printing that is sustainable. So they've been taking plastics, they recycle them, and then they do 3D printing, which is really, it's like really cool. It's like level up. Yeah, I usually just love whatever they've been able to do. But at the same time, in terms of, when as innovation comes, yeah, if I can just take it to like a sector like car manufacturing, as we're going to smart cars like Tesla. They've had a bit of issues, yeah, with their cars. A bit. Yeah, a bit. Yeah, let's be kind. A bit of issues. And it's the same thing as we are trying to innovate to a new thing. There has to be trial and error. Yeah. There's going to be flimsy things. And all you can do is be able to support and be able to exchange ideas so we can improve. Of course, the first thing that you do, it's like the first car that we made was not what we have right now.
Yeah.
But those are small steps until where we are right now. And all you can do is support and encourage until we are able to reach where we want to be.
The work that you do in events, does it only limit your work to industry, or does it also just look at, should we say, events? Let's say, for instance, there's a music concert.
Yeah.
There's a car exhibition.
Okay. Yeah.
Does your work cover all this?
So our work, okay, I'd say my particular work, yes, we are focused on the industries that we serve, but then also we do provide support and advice to other industries as well.
Right. Very good. Meaning, can these other industries also seek a partnership with you?
Yeah, of course, definitely. As I said, we try to nurture relationships. We want to nurture as many relationships as possible, because again, there's no one place that exists in a silo. Yeah, manufacturing at some point, they're human beings. Yeah, the manufacturers who are manufacturing are human beings. They'll end up in a concert.
Okay, everything that I've heard you say, well, the conversation is about how it is you assist. In this process, do you make money at all?
That is our aim. That is definitely our aim, to make money. But one of the things we say is that we have to be ethically commercial.
Yes.
Yeah.
This you have to explain, please. Yes.
Yeah. So you see, like, you have to make sure that as we are in our aim to make money, we have to be ethical about it. We have to be ethical about how we are going about it. Yeah, it's our responsibility to be able to make sure that the industries that we are in, we leave them better than we found them. Yeah, and also our practice, our business ethics, must be above par, such that we are not so greedy for money, or we are hunting down money, trying to make it our bottom line, such that we affect or hurt those industries, or do things that are untoward. Let me just say untoward for other words.
Okay. What about impact on society? I mean, this is obvious that there's impact. When we look at more sustainable, when we look at more, again, we're looking at aesthetics and looking at organizations, companies coming together so that the policy that you then employ essentially are on the same line. What about impact to other parts of society? Because obviously this is learning, it is resource. What about those who are coming up?
Oh yeah, the ones who are coming up, we do, like an example, like the MSMEs. So we've partnered with the MSME organization, which is part of the government, to be able to ensure that the small and medium enterprises are being nurtured. They're being shown the right way. Because you see, that one thing is that you'll find that if you set an older manufacturer has gone through some hurdles, has known what works, what doesn't work in this market, so they're able to be mentors for these people. The market access program is meant to be able to help them to level up. Yeah, we want to be able to help them to level up, to be able to reach global competitiveness. Yeah. So in terms of the impact, we see it in almost every sector. Yeah. So example, we had ProPack East Africa. It's a packaging manufacturing exhibition. But what happened? We had airlines having business, for everyone who's coming in. Accommodation in Westlands, the hotels were there, they were full. Of course, there are many people who had to be able to employ people to be able to come and do things. Yeah. So there's also a lot of job creation that has been done. Yeah. There's been a lot, like I think even after that meeting, because now there are many packaging organizations represented from the region that have now decided that every year they'll be sitting down, assessing the policies and be able to move forward now during ProPack East Africa. So you find that there's a huge impact and it goes all around, just even beyond us. Yeah.
Is the market rewarding companies that are going green, that are thinking better packaging?
Oh, definitely.
How so?
So like for ProPack, I'd say with us, I'll start with us. So we, like even this year, we hosted what we call the AfriStar Awards. So this is awards for African packaging. Yeah. So what we do is that you're given criteria to be able to showcase your packaging. So you're able to send it in, experts sit down, judge it, and this is the whole of Africa. Yeah. And at the end of it, you're able to win if your packaging is good enough. And also this goes towards different categories, which also include sustainable packaging. And this is really huge for most of those companies, and they really, really strive to have it, because it means that you are being able to distinguish yourself in Africa with your packaging. And at the next level, we take you to the gold star. We take you to gold star, then we take you to the world packaging. So after that, after you win the gold star, when you have the gold star, you can be able now to go to the world packaging. You know, as an African company, you can be able to go to the world packaging, and now your packaging is assessed around now amongst other countries in the world as well. Yes.
Those that win, what is it that makes them stand out?
Oh, a lot of the things. Like when it comes to sustainable packaging, it's the design. It's a traceability of it. It's a materials that they're using. It's the impact that they have on the environment. And then there definitely are some experts who go to another different level. They go to the issue of the microns and everything else. And so there's a lot that actually helps them to be able to win. Yeah.
How about consumers? Do consumers see all those things? So you've spent so much money in R&D, and then you've come up with this new packaging that everybody among your peers is looking at it and thinking, wow, Angela, you've done something. And then you bring it to the market. Is Eric going to notice?
I'd say Eric will not notice to the small, minute details. He can be able to tell, like, it's good.
There's something.
Yeah, there's something. Yeah. But you won't go to that level of the AfriStar kind of level.
But will it influence Eric to actually pick this product because of the packaging than something else? Even without understanding exactly why, I can see this. There's something. There's something that's good about the packaging. Will it make me want to buy,
yes,
that extra virgin oil? Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Because you see, one of the things also when it comes to design, it's also the usability of it, and then also even handling. Because you can imagine if I brought you oil, but not in a bottle.
Where, in your hand?
Yeah.
I mean,
that would be tricky.
Yeah, you know.
Also depends on where you're coming from.
Yeah. So you see, so there are those things that also are assessed of it. Like, so that was a very basic example.
Yep.
But even by the time you're giving an award, is also how easy is it for the consumer to carry this thing that you're giving them. Yeah. And you'll find that at times you'd prefer buying something because if I was to, I don't know, go from, as you said today, we're going to Lanette. Yeah. It was moving from here to Lanette tomorrow. Will whatever I was carrying be damaged? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Will it be damaged? Will it be squeezed? Will it be, is it so bulky? I've ever carried something that is so bulky, and the thing that I have inside is so tiny. I'm just thinking, why? Yeah. Why do this to me? So basically, those are some of the things I also look at. Yeah.
Okay, you've mentioned traceability a couple of times, and I think there are many jurisdictions whereby you're able to trace something down to the lid that was used on the bottle. Do we have those mechanisms? Do we have those systems set up to then be able to trace that if something were to happen, you can?
I think we are in the beginning phases, but we're getting there. It's one of the things that a lot of companies are discussing, how to make it easier. Because see, again, there's also the part of follow-up. I can have it, but you may not have access to trace it. Yeah. So that is what is being discussed right now, and they're actually really working on it to be able, I think maybe even by next year, we'll be able to talk about something else in terms of the steps we've been able to make.
Okay. Let's work together even for the next year's event and see what we can do. Angela Kenyua, Portfolio Director at Montgomery Group East Africa, has been our guest. We've been talking about the state of packaging, printing, plastics and food processing industry in East Africa on the back of the ProPack East Africa event that was held in Nairobi recently. Keep it here for more conversations. Thank you very much, Angela, for coming in. It was a good one.
Yes, very. Thank you.
Karibu
It was a
sana.
pleasure.
Karibu. Come again soon.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. The Jeremiah Kioni-led Jubilee Party faction has vowed to sue the government for forcing bar closures in its war against illicit brew and is seeking damages for breach of contract and compensation. Kioni said that all bars were licensed and invested heavily before the closure, with some borrowing money for licensing and stocking inventory. He criticized the government for not consulting county governments and noted the economic repercussions that come with it. Kioni questions the selective approval of certain alcoholic beverages while others are labelled as killer drinks. The doctor strike has entered its second day today, with doctors in several parts of the country vowing not to return to work until their grievances are addressed. Medical services in Mombasa, Kisii, Kakamega, Bungoma, Nyeri, Nakuru and Meru are paralysed, leaving several patients stranded. However, in Kisumu, doctors continue to offer their services as usual.
Sijapata matibabu na kama kila ofisi unayoingia upati mwelekeo, ofisi unayoingia upati mwelekeo, yani huduma kama zimesita.
Siku hiyo ingine tulikuwa tunatibiwa vizuri, lakini saa hii hatutibiwi, na kijana yangu alifujika mguu, hiyo mguu inaanza kuoza. Sasa mimi na shida hii, nikirudi nyumbani na huyo kijana, sasa shida itakuwa mingi.
This event comes as stakeholders in the health sector are pushing for the government and KMPDU to come to an agreement so that doctors can return to work. Here's Mbagathi Hospital CEO Alex Irungu.
We are hopeful that the union leadership and the government will engage and come up with a solution so that each party is comfortable for the benefit of all Kenyans.
Doctors have also maintained that they've not received any court order halting their strike, and so they'll continue boycotting work. And still in matters of health, Cabinet Secretary Susan Nakhumicha now says the ministry does not have enough money to settle all debts owed to the National Health Insurance Fund. This comes as private hospitals have threatened to stop serving patients paying with NHIF cards. Appearing before the Parliamentary Health Committee, Nakhumicha blamed the problem on employers delaying to send deductions to NHIF.
Unfortunately, from where I sit, I cannot give timelines unless Treasury has given a commitment. They have asked me to wait for next week based on what we have agreed on, so that then they can disburse in some form of some amount. Actually, the agreement this morning is that at least we get a minimum of 2 billion next week to be able to meet our commitments. But however, you can see the need is huge. The resources are not available. So we are in a catch-22 situation.
The CS also denied allegations that the money to be paid to hospitals was diverted to other health projects.
A total of 29 billion is outstanding that we have not received from the Exchequer. Some of that from the ministries that we have already provided service, like the National Police Service. We haven't been paid those premiums, yet services were already provided.
This event comes as hospitals under the Kenya Association of Private Hospital have stopped offering services to NHIF beneficiaries of an unpaid debt, issuing a 7-day notice to the fund to release all funds owed as per the contractual agreements. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, so what are we looking at now this morning? Still that Kiambu Road issue, still with a lot of traffic as you're getting towards Muthaiga Square. Also still busy right around Survey. There's traffic coming into the city. And on to James Gishuro, spilling over towards the Red Hill Link Road. There's traffic heading out towards Lower Kabete and then out towards Spring Valley. Busy in different parts of the city, but we're probably going to look at a reduction of this as we go through Friday. Let's keep an eye on things, and we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start
Doing
your day.
Business in Africa is going to be the biggest thing that's happening across the world in the next 2 or 3 decades. Okay? Everybody wants to trade with Africa. Everybody wants to trade in Africa. Every African will now be feeling very, very free to trade within Africa. EcoBank looked at this and said, this is where the world is going.
Mm-hmm.
EcoBank, very many years ago, when it started in Togo, they decided, let's expand across Africa. And they've done that so well. They've captured the market, 35 African countries already, and they have presence in all those countries. Now they're saying, now that we have this whole network, how about we make it easier for everybody to basically financially transact across the continent seamlessly.
Indeed, already showing the way and making sure that once you plug into the EcoBank platform, you'll be able to continue with your business, whether on a personal or at an organizational level, that you can continue paying your bills, you can continue keeping things on track, regardless of where you are around the 35 markets in Africa or 4 markets around the rest of the world. So plugging into this one platform, the banking group makes it easier for you to continue with all your banking needs, no matter where you are. It's a better way, it's a better Africa.
Very good. Our next guest is in the studio. Her name is Judy Kato. She's a sales manager at an organization called East Africans Study in Germany. Now, we'll talk about how we can punctuate that to have very many meanings.
Yes.
East Africans study in Germany. East Africans study in Germany.
East Africans study in Germany. Study and work in Germany.
Hi, Judy.
Hi, how are you?
Very well.
Yes.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank you so much.
Karibu sana. We're going to have very many conversations. First conversation is to give you a plot for the weekend. What are you doing on Saturday? Don't even tell us. We'll tell you what to do. Look at that. City, give her that one.
Please have a look at this.
Oh.
You know Nakuru County?
Yes, I do.
There's a place called Lanette. Have you heard of Lanette? Have you been to Lanette?
Not really. I've never been to Lanette.
But you've passed by Lanette.
I've passed by Lanette.
Very good. Now, as you pass by Lanette, you usually look at it and think, like, doesn't look bad, this place. Now, can you imagine if you look at that and say, I can have a home here, right?
Yeah.
That's why Username Investments have decided, let's actually set up a new project so that Judy, when she's driving for wherever to or from, she can decide, let me pop by my Lanette home.
Oh.
Okay?
Yeah.
So this new development, it's called Serenity Springs in Lanette, as you can see. So they've already bought the land. They have subdivided it into plots so that you can go and buy and just build. Because they've done the road, they've done the perimeter fence, they've done the gate, they've sunk a borehole, wamevuta stima, transformer iko kwa shamba, they have done the Maram Road, everything.
Wow.
Judy, mwaga mawe. That's it.
That's a dream come true. Actually, very soon I'll be going to Nakuru School Lanette. Yeah. And I hope I'm going to pass by there.
Please do.
And see if I can get something for myself.
Please do.
Good thinking.
Yeah.
We'll give you their number, and their number is 0725 000 222. That's all you need to think about. 0725 000 222.
Oh,
that's it.
Lovely.
So when you're on your way, you call them.
Yeah.
They'll prepare the dancers, and everybody will be waiting for you. They'll show you the area. They'll show you, in fact, now you were with Judy. I think this one is
This
good.
is good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it'll be close to the open area here, be close to a kindergarten that the community can put up a kindergarten, and so on and so forth. Tomorrow, they have an open day.
Wow.
And they also are providing transport. 7:30 a.m. be at Kankom, Nairobi, or 8:30 a.m. be at West Side Mall in Nakuru. Get onto the bus, they take you there and they bring you back.
Wow.
Or you can drive yourself, get to Serenity Gardens, and you will buy 1.499 million for an eighth of an acre, put a deposit of 10%, clear the rest in 30 days, or talk to them for a repayment plan.
Thank you so much.
Any idea? Sindio? That's what East Africans do, even the ones who study in Germany.
Yeah, actually, it's a good idea. I'll bring it up to them. Yeah.
Very good. City will welcome you with the day's proverb.
I will.
This week, the proverbs are from the island Republic of Seychelles.
Yes.
Where she sells seashores.
Seychelles.
I am
by
not.
the
I
seashore.
am not going there.
In Seychelles, they sell
seashores by the seashells.
Yeah, you guys keep talking.
In the Seychelles.
The country is called Seychelles.
The shells that she sells are Seychelles. I'm so sure.
By the seashore.
All right. Are you happy with your red lorry, yellow lorry moment?
Yes.
Okay.
Shirika la Leri la Rwanda.
The proverb. A little tree. Sorry, let me start again. You know, today, Friday is a real day.
You have an issue today.
If a little tree grows in the shadow of a large tree, it will die small.
If a little tree grows in the shadow of a large tree,
it will die small.
What's your interpretation of our proverb, Judy?
Well, okay. I'm not always very good in proverbs.
Nobody is.
But
the ones who are good came up with the proverbs and
yeah. Okay. let's say like if you always like shield yourself behind somebody who has made it, then you will never grow bigger and better.
See?
Spot on.
Wewe ni mhenga. That's a good one.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank
If you
you.
shield yourself or working under somebody who has made it and never wanting to grow beyond that.
Yeah. Then you're done. You'll always stay there. Never grow.
You'll mark time.
Yeah. So then, Judy,
Yep.
East Africans study in Germany. Is it a clarion call? Are you telling us East Africans to go and study in Germany? What is this organization?
East African Study in Germany. The East Africans to go and study in Germany. Actually, we came up with this because one of our directors, who is also a consultant, went to study in Germany. But she realized that the Africans who are there, most of them are from West Africa, Cameroonians, and was wondering, okay, where is this part of me that is from East Africa? And then she found out that 90 to 95% is really actually from West Africa. So I think, as we always said, you go, you see, you bring it back home. And that's what she did. To come back home and get the East Africans to go to Germany to study and experience what the others are experiencing, gain what the others are gaining. Yeah. So that's how we came up with the East Africans.
So why study in Germany?
There's so much to get in Germany. There's free education for universities, and exposure is there, and you're able to actually have a broader mind when you're there. You look into things in a different perspective, grow in different areas of things, especially the fact that Germany has a lot of tech, and bring it back home and build your home to a better place.
I'm still trying to process. You used the word free somewhere.
Yes, I did.
Please say again.
Free tuition in universities.
What does
Education
that
is
mean?
free.
For who? For German national?
For international nationals too.
I think let's just pause. But this is where now you tell us a little bit about the organization and where these free things comes about, because my lived experience is that there's nothing for free. So when someone tells me free, I want to understand why it is being called free and how free it actually is. So tell us, East Africans go and study in Germany. That one we've understood. How do you get there in the first place?
That's why I'm there.
Okay. Now tell us, since you know the direction.
Yes. So we assist in applications of the universities, the government universities. They don't have tuition. What they have, it's called administration and transport costs that covers you for a whole semester. You'll find that per semester you can be asked as low as 300 euros that covers your transportation within the area that you're living and the cities that are surrounding you. So when you're in the when you go to the university, they give you a transport card out of the administration costs that you had paid. And that's how free it is.
Okay. How about we start with what is the education system in Germany? And then you'll come and tell us how they get to university and decide that tuition is going to be free. So who is footing the tuition bill?
The government.
Okay.
The German government caters
Has it
for-
always been the case?
That has always been the case.
Right.
Yeah. The education generally is free from down to up. Yeah, inclusive of the university. Yeah.
So when you apply to go and study in Germany, you said you're only now the money that you'll pay is not for tuition.
Yeah.
It's for these other living expenses.
Exactly.
All right. So take us through that.
Yeah. The living expenses, there's something they called a proof of finance. The proof of finance is money that is going to take care of your stay there. And they take it as a block, but they give to you partially, monthly. It is your money. I always say you remove it from the pocket in your trouser, put it in your pocket on your shirt. Remove it from your parents' pocket or your parents' account. Put it in your account so that when you're there, you're able to have your basics. You're able to get your accommodation. Health insurance is very important for students. They have monthly pay for the insurance. They're able to buy their food from that amount of money. And their stay is actually going to be very comfortable, because I believe if you know you have accommodation, you can eat, you can dress, then it is easy for you to study. And interesting, they allow the students to study and work. Yeah. So per week, they give them like 20 hours to work as a student. They are paid around between 12 euros to 13 euros per hour, so that by the end of the month, they have something in their pocket.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now we've gotten that. So now let's come back now to your organization.
Yep.
East African Study in Germany. What is it? Who started it? I mean, no, not who. When was it started? What does it do? What do you do?
Yeah. Actually, it was started like 5 years ago, 5-6 years ago. We started in Uganda. Why did we start in Uganda? Because the system of education in Uganda favors them to go straight to the university. The system of education in Germany covers 13 years of study. So if you look at Uganda, they go until the level of Form 6. So Form 6 is 13. So from Form 6 straight, you can go to the university. So previously, they had opened only for bachelors and masters, and maybe on our side they could go in for masters directly from bachelors. But you see, somebody who comes from Form 4 cannot go straight to the university, because our system runs for 12 years. So they need one academic year. So comes if you get a student who has A-, A, and then you try and tell them, no, you can go straight to the university, they really wonder why. Yeah. But again, that is the system in Germany. So it has to be like that. So it was so easy for the Ugandans, even Tanzanians, to go and study in their universities. As coming to settle in Kenya, referrals and people could find out that, you've gone to Germany. How did you do that? I believe that these people just study in German. Do they do it also in English? And then they were like, wow, then if there are those opportunities, yes, Kenyans, you're also willing to go to Germany and study. And first and foremost, we used to get the ones who have already done their university for a year or two, and then that makes them qualify under the same course that they are studying in Kenya. So that is another way that we came to settle in Kenya, because of referrals. And we realized they also need us, yes, as part of East Africa. Yeah, we have to do something for them. The sweet thing again that came up, that again is favoring us Kenyans, is that we came up with programs like nursing. We call it nursing house building. We have hospitality house building, and we generalize some as open house building that are not tied up in nursing and hospitality.
What is a building thing?
An house building, I'll range it, it's like a diploma. Yeah, it's an apprenticeship. Yeah, that a student is allowed to study and work at the same time. Yeah, so you see, it also helps, especially our students who are finishing Form 4s and is having a dream of becoming a nurse and is unable because of the subjects. Because for you to be able to go and do nursing, they check on your biology, they check on your chemistry, physics, and if you're good in sciences and then your overall grade, then you're able to go and study your nursing program. But you see them, they favor us in a way that a student who has C- and above is allowed to go and do the program. So again, settling in Kenya and helping our students to go for those programs has really, really helped, especially parents who are tied up with them. Yeah.
Okay. So what's the process? People who listen to this and they say, okay, well, I want an idea of how I can actually get into going. How does this all work?
Oh, the process again depends with the program they want to go for. Maybe I start with the apprenticeship, the nursing and the hospitality and the others. They are open to the student who had a dream that was actually cut off with the KCSE results. Yeah, if I look at somebody, you have that passion inside you, but again, you see your grades have not given you that opportunity to go and meet maybe your dream career. So if you have a C-, all what you're going to need from you, an extra thing, is the German language. Why the German language? Because remember, you're going to be working with the natives. Most of them, they do a lot of German. They assume that if you're in the country, you know the German language. And in a hospital, medical area, you'll meet any age, and then that person will expect you to help them. So German language is first priority. So if you have your C-, yes, you can go and study you can go and study nursing. Just have your German language we have 4 levels. To the 4th levels, that's A1, A2, B1, and B2. Then you're able to go and study nursing. The sweet thing about that program is that when you go to Germany, again, it is 100% free. It is fully funded.
The tuition.
And to add on top of that, a student who's going to be studying and working, because that is their culture, is paid a stipend every month of an approximate of 1,200 euros for their upkeep. So they're able to get something to take care of themselves. I always say it's the food of soul. Yeah, if you have something in your pocket, your soul is relaxed. Yeah.
You're calling this the Ausbildung?
Yes.
What is it? What is that? What is Ausbildung? Is it a certificate? Is it a diploma?
It's a diploma.
So it's a diploma.
It's a diploma.
But then you've talked about the levels 1, 2, 3.
Those are the German language levels.
Okay.
Yeah.
So somebody has gotten a C-, but then they also must have studied biology, chemistry, physics. Must they study all 3, or is it one of the 3 or 2 of the 3?
Maybe what I'll tell you, they don't look at your subjects. They look at the general grade.
Okay.
Yeah.
So whatever you studied, of course, in Kenya you must have one science at least. So whatever you studied, as long as then you got the C- and above, and you'd like to get to study nursing as a degree, you can start as a diploma.
You can start.
You can start with this. So then they come to you and they show you the result slip, and you help them apply.
Exactly.
How long is the Ausbildung?
3 years. 3. Maybe I'll take you back. They do the German language for 8 months.
Where?
Online.
Okay.
Before they leave.
Before they leave. Yeah, because it's a requirement.
Okay.
So after they do the German language, we help them go through the process, and when they go there for the nursing course, it runs for 3 years. In the 3 years, a parent will actually, before even your child leaves here, a parent will be able to know the days that the child is in school, the days that the child is going to be working as a student in the hospital, the days that you're going to be resting. runs for 3 years. After 3 years, you're guaranteed a job. Why guaranteed a job? Remember, you were working in a hospital as a student. So they know you, you know them. You know the system, they know how you work. So the first thing they do, they offer you a job. So when you're studying your nursing, you're studying and knowing that at the end of my study, there's a job that is guaranteed.
And did you say that while you're studying, you're also allowed to work?
Yes.
Who gets you the job at this hospital, at this health facility? Is it
That has health. What happens is that, let's take an example like Nairobi Hospital. They have a school, they have a hospital.
Yes.
That is what is also there. A school has its own hospital, or a hospital has a school, or a school has partnered with a hospital that they're working together.
Public and private?
Private and private, yeah. And it is the norms of students to study and work. It's like a culture in their country. They train you when you're that young, so that when you reach the point of the level of you working, already you're settled in the field. Yeah, so there's nothing new to you. You're ready to continue with the process because you started way back. Yeah.
So your organization has partnerships with several of those colleges in Germany.
That's correct.
Is it all of them, or is it just a list?
We have a list. We have partners we work with, and our team in Germany works together with them to assist our students.
Okay.
Yeah.
So apart from the diploma, do you also have partnerships with universities that offer degree courses?
No. We deal with the government universities. They have bodies, the universities bodies, where we submit your documents, and then from there they go through them and they do the eligibility check, and then they're able to advise, are you able to go and do the course that you want to do or not? I'll say masters, we have to have your transcripts, because there are some courses they're going to use your modules to be able to help you to achieve the course that you want to study. And at times they look at the modules, at times they look at the general modules that you have done. Yeah, to direct you to the right course. Yeah.
Let's take a break. We'll continue the conversation shortly. 8:30. Judy Kato is the sales manager for an organization called East Africans Study in Germany. This is an institution that helps students from East Africa link up with institutions of learning, of higher learning in Germany, from diploma all the way to master's and PhD as well, right?
PhD, they have to be there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So from diploma to master's level.
Yeah.
We'll be talking more about this. What is the process of getting in touch with East African Study in Germany? What are the requirements for the various courses? What kind of universities are we talking about? It's a very, very juicy thing when you hear that tuition is free. So what does that mean in terms of overall cost for this course? How does it compare with other countries? Because people who are looking to study abroad are looking at why Germany and not this other country, or why Germany and not Kenya as well. We'll be back shortly. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Username brings you Serenity Springs Lanette residential plot along the Nakuru All-Kalau Tarmac Road, 20 minutes from Nakuru City, with proximity to high-end schools, hospitals and other key amenities. Introductory prices of 1,499,000 shillings, all inclusive with no hidden charges. An installment option is also available. Free site visits on Wednesdays and Saturdays. For more details, SMS plot to 20321 or call 0725 000 222.
If you want to get on the road less traveled and see those wonderful hidden away places that are off the beaten track, what do? Trade in your travel agents? Buy a bigger and better map? None of the above. Because soon, the Nairobian will become the Nairobian Extra and give you TNX rated travel live.
conditions in Nairobi. We'll see highs today of 26 and lows of 15. 13 will be the low in Nakuru, highs of 29, and 26 will be the high in Nyeri with lows of 13. We'll see highs of 27 and lows of 14 in a windy Eldoret. And it's mostly sunny at 29 in Mombasa and 30 in Malindi. 24 and sunny in Kisumu with 21 and sunny conditions in Kakamega. We'll see highs of 34 in Mogadishu and highs of 26 in Addis Ababa. Johannesburg will see highs of 28 with Lagos seeing highs of 34 and Kinshasa with highs of 32. So traffic has been this morning coming up from Westlands and then also on this side of Mombasa Road. We're also looking at the Thika Superhighway. I told you it wouldn't be too bad this Friday, and we're seeing that dwindling already. Okay, coming off of Kiambu Road, we saw quite some traffic earlier with that accident, and now things are trying to get smoothened out. We'll keep an eye on things. James Gishuru going out towards the Red Hill Link Road is quite busy, heading out towards Lower Kabete. We're going to keep an eye on that. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
You're an East African. It's possible. How is it possible? That's why Judy Kato is here. She's a sales manager at East African Study in Germany. She's telling us about how to go and study in Germany. First, you told us about now the diploma. C- and above, you can go to take up a diploma course. Is it only nursing or is it in other fields as well?
Yeah, it's we have hospitality field, the field of the hotels, the hotel industry. And actually, the ones who are going even for the hospitality, the people who have the D's also have an opportunity.
Right.
Yeah.
So even up to D-?
Even up to D-.
But E, no.
No bridging course.
No bridging course.
So even up to D-, you can apply for a diploma course in hospitality.
That's correct.
In Germany.
In Germany.
What is hospitality?
Hospitality is the hotel industry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it one course called hospitality, or do you now choose
hospitality,
a course within hospitality?
Yeah, a course within hospitality, because again, hospitality is so wide.
Yep.
Yeah. So you end up doing, or you'll choose one course within the hospitality.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And all these are 3 years?
All that has 3 years. Remember, they're all diplomas.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's deal with the diplomas and then we'll go now to the undergrads and the masters, right?
Yep.
You say, but tuition is free. Mm-hmm. You're only paying now, these are the living expenses costs.
Yep.
Now, comparatively, how much are we talking about?
The living costs?
Yes.
A student can...
Like, how much does it cost to study this diploma per year?
Remember, I told you there's no tuition fee.
Yes.
So, when you study, they cover for your tuition. And again, they give you a monthly stipend. Because again, as a student...
They give you a stipend?
Yeah, exactly. Every month.
That's the one you're talking about, 10 to 13. How much?
1,200 euros.
Okay.
Those are the ones who are doing the house building,
yes,
yeah?
Yes.
Those are nurses.
Mm.
The ones who are doing their hospitality ranges between 800 and 1,000 euros every month.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're still allowed to work?
Yeah.
And you work?
You're working. Mm-hmm.
And you get paid extra?
Exactly.
Where you're working?
Diplomas, already your study is study and work.
Oh, it's part
already
of.
Is part of. Okay. Because the work part is your what do you call it? Is your practicals.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you do practicals, when you're going back to school, you have your notes on what you did on that day in that particular department, because they're going to be giving you different departments. Yeah.
So what do you pay for? Because you've gone there, tuition is free.
Yes.
You're getting a monthly stipend.
Uh-huh.
Do you need any money?
You need money when you're doing your German language.
When you're here in Kenya for the 8 months?
Yeah, for the 8 months, yeah.
Once you move to Germany, you've been admitted to this 3-year diploma course.
Yeah.
You will not be paying
anything.
Money. Accommodation will be provided.
Accommodation, that's why you're given.
That's where the stipend comes in. This covers for your accommodation, your transport, your food, your other living expenses.
That's correct.
And the tuition is free.
That's right.
And this is both in public and private. Or is it only in private institutions that you're dealing with? Yes.
The Ausbildung in private. The bachelor's in public.
Okay.
What do you when you graduate and you get your diploma? Is it a national diploma or is it a diploma that's only associated with the institution that you studied?
No, it's a national diploma.
Standardized exam.
That's correct.
And when you finish your studies, are you then allowed to remain in Germany to work?
Yes. That's why this person will give you, the first thing that person is going to give you once you graduate is an offer for a job. And once you have a job, then your employer helps you to get a permanent residence.
From what
so you can live and work.
From what I hear you say about these courses, it's somebody's actually in an apprenticeship relationship, isn't it?
That's correct.
I want to go back to the D, because this D is very important. We have very many of them in this country.
That's correct.
Okay?
Yep.
Why do they even accept the D? If someone gets a D and someone gets a B, can they apply for the same course?
Yeah. If you let me go back there. I always say people have passions, different passions. That your grades cannot change your passion. If I always love something to do with the hotel, even just to be a chef, even if I get an A, there's that chef that is inside me that I want to get it out and to do it practical. Yeah. I've always wanted to be a chef. I have a D+. Does that mean that since I'm going to be doing the chef with an A person is going to frighten me? Or will that A person think that, oh gosh, this one is having a D+ and I'm here with this person? It's what you've always wanted to be.
Because you got a D, you'll burn the stick.
The reason why I'm asking, because even in the hotel or the hospitality industry, there are very many careers you can pursue.
Yes.
So where I was going was, if you have a D, are you limited to certain specific careers within the hospitality industry? And do those who have a higher grade then able to have a broader spectrum than the person who got the D?
No. That person who has a D and an A, they're going to be doing different fields when they're studying. At the end of the study, you decide on which field you want to settle in. Remember, this person is giving you training and overlooking at the grade that you got because they believe you can do something if it's a passion that you've always wanted.
Judy, what's the catch here? Because this is clearly the private sector in Germany seeking students from, let's say, in this particular case, Kenyan students, to come and work in their hospitals, to come and work in their places, and then at the end of 3 years, they give you a diploma.
Yeah.
What's the catch? Are these institutions actually licensed as training institutions? Is there proper training that's happening here that's regulated by the German education authorities?
Yeah.
To make sure that what we're talking about here is not at you come and work back door and we'll pay you 1,000 euros per month.
Yeah.
This is not a back door say of come. You will be working in this hospital for 18 hours a day.
And,
we give you 800 euros a month. And then at the end of 3 years, we graduate you, we give you a piece of paper and we'll now give you 1,200.
No. Actually, when you live here, you live with a contract. That contract has to be taken to the German embassy. And when the contract comes in, it is not just coming from an individual. it's coming from an institution that is recognized in Germany. Yeah. So it has to be, have been scrutinized on that side for it to be able to be sent on this side, and for you to be able to use it to go to the German embassy. Remember, you cannot go to the German embassy with the things that are chini ya maji. Yeah. So that when you leave the country, you live and go live there legally, knowing that Judy is here and she is here because of ABCD. And that contract, actually, it's going to say that we are going to offer you education for this duration. At the same time, you will be, as a student, working for these hours in a day for this time, and these are the days for school. These are the days of staying in the, working in the places.
Facility.
Exactly. And these are the days for you to rest. Remember, you cannot be in Germany with illegal documents. It's the hardest place to move around.
Do you have a copy with you here of maybe a program for a semester that shows the number of hours that one is actually in class, the number of hours that they are doing their apprenticeship, the number of off days in a week or in a month? Do you have something that from previous a recent admission?
Okay, no. Why don't I have? Because for me to have it and use it, I have to get the consent from the person from the person who got it. Yeah. If the person says yes, you can. Yes, I can.
But do they vary?
Yeah.
This one institution, this one hospital that's training young nurses from Kenya, it has the same contract for all students, isn't it?
Yeah, that hospital will have the same contract for all that.
And you, when you're now dealing with the Kenyan students, you have access to that.
Yes, I do have access to that.
That's what I'm asking for. Something like you can take us through and tell us. For example, institution A, this is how you learn, this is how you study. This is what you'll study, these are the subjects, this is the timetable per week, right?
Yeah, no, I don't have that timetable. Yeah, because when they come in, they strictly given to the students. Yeah.
Let me ask this question. Let us say, for instance, I studied at Utali, and I got my diploma in housekeeping. Okay.
Yep.
And I want to go and work in Germany. Will they recognize that qualification, or do I have to start from scratch?
They will recognize that the course that you have done. They recognize your diploma certificate, and I will take you for job placement. All you should do is just the German language.
All right. Now, what if I have studied and I am a clinical officer? Okay. Lab coat and all, plus stethoscope. I now want to go to Germany. Again, do I start from scratch, or do I apply for job placement? Because now, see, we're talking about something that may be what we've studied here and how we go about our medical practice may be different in Germany.
Okay. When I talk about clinical officers, at times I feel, I'll say sad. Why? Because clinical officers are not recognized. You either be a nurse or a doctor.
They don't have this kind of...
They do not have in between.
All right.
So if a clinical officer comes in, I give them an option of a nurse. And when they go in there as a nurse, I'll tell you, I've worked in a hospital previously in 2 different hospitals as an administrator in one of them. And I've also worked in Nairobi Hospital, somewhere else there. So I know the difference between and what the clinical officer do and a nurse does.
Yeah.
You know, a nurse does a lot than even a clinical officer. So if you get in as a clinical officer, it is going to be unfortunate. You're going to go in as a nurse. You will start the studies there. And then in the course of your study, they will look at your transcripts on what you have covered and what you have not covered. So they recognize you as a nurse. They see, I call them CEOs, not really recognized there.
They
Either
don't have
MO,
that card.
they don't have it.
Not at all.
Not at all.
It cannot even be like some of those grades that you can say you are going into a medical course, but because you're basically a trained doctor without the surgery bit. So that's what a clinical officer is in Kenya, right? They have everything minus the surgery.
Yeah.
Are you saying that they cannot recognize the everything?
You know, I'll tell you something. The CEOs, they feel more of a doctor.
Yep.
And again, you cannot tell somebody from the first world that a doctor can study for 3 years and run a clinic. Yeah. Theirs, they go for almost 6-7 years for you to be a doctor. And now you're coming in with a 3-year study. No.
Mtaalamu wa mitishamba.
Yes.
they refuse.
Yeah. So you either come in as a nurse or come in as a doctor.
Okay, so let's look at the language a little bit. You had mentioned, so there's a language fee that you pay as a student seeking to go there. You pay that here in Kenya to study the language. So what level are you at after that 8 months, assuming that you've passed?
B2.
You're at the B2. What does that mean? Conversational language?
You can do
the business of the language.
You can write. You can hear, write, talk. I have students even sing in German at the level of B2. You can talk about yourself. You can understand what somebody is saying.
Okay.
Because at the level of A2, a student is able to do a paragraph in German.
Okay. And that takes 8 months. So when those 8 months are concluded is now when you can now begin, or you can then go, or does the application process take place even during this 8 months when you're studying the language, or must you wait until you have passed the language course?
Normally the process takes, when you're in the level of B1, we've already actually be able to see that this person is really doing well, and the process they start in between. We start they do an interview, because they have to do an interview with a German native, so that they're able to know up to where the student has studied. Are they able to understand? Are they able to respond back? Because when they go there, remember, their study is going to be fully in Germany, in German language. And again, they will be able to start the basics of conversation even when they go to the hospital. Can say good morning, guten Morgen, how's your day? My name is so and so. Did you take your medicine? You can do the basic things. When you start going there. So that's what happens.
Okay. Is there a shortage of people at this age to work in Germany? And could that be why we see that there is this open call for more and more people from this side of the pond to come to that side?
Yeah, thank you. There's a very big shortage. The age gap between the old and the young ones is too big. They miss the teenage. I believe you know that in Europe, people don't just give birth. One child is way enough or too much. I'd rather stay alone. I'm okay. So there's that age. They don't have that age. At the moment, a lot of people are retiring. I'll give you an example. This came up after COVID. They realized there's a age that had a problem during COVID, and they were medics. So they are retiring. And when they realize people are retiring, there's that young age is not there to take over. So kaboom, it's open to us.
I have to ask, so are we saying we don't have young people in Europe? Okay, that's Germany.
That's Germany.
But why don't they look for the young people in Europe? Why?
I think there's a big issue across Europe, right?
There's a big issue across Europe.
The global north.
Exactly.
In terms of demographic. Similar conversations we're having about Japan, the same.
Right.
Yeah.
If you're looking at
And
the age
others.
group between 25 and 50, that there's a dwindling population in that age range. So you have a lot of the population under 18, and then a lot of it over 50, 60.
So that's why they come to fish in this pond, is it?
Yes.
Yeah. The degree courses. Now, those ones we are talking about public universities, aren't we?
That's right.
Okay. So, is it the same? If what kind of programs do you deal with mostly? Are you seeing people applying to go to Germany?
When it comes to program the people are applying for, I'll tell you, number one, before I even go to the programs that people are applying for, I think our educational system is supposed to introduce something called career guidance to our students. Yeah, because you can get somebody who has finished the O-levels, let me see, O-levels, and they do not know what they want to be or what to do. And then I came to realize most of our students, let's say you have an A minus, B plus, all of them want to be doctors and pilots, not knowing that there's more to everything, especially the ones who want to be doctors. I always tell them, have you ever thought of these doctors who are behind the scenes? The people who come up with vaccines, the people who come up with the antibiotics. Who are these people? They're doctors, but they're behind the scene. Have you ever thought of that? Yeah. So there's a lot that our students do not know, especially when they come to decide on their careers. Yeah. But when it comes to courses, all courses are there, apart from the medicine courses that are fully taught in German. The rest are taught in English.
Okay.
Yeah. The difference is that you will find that a student is telling you, I want to do IT. They forget IT is just a module. There's more to that. I'll give you an example. I had an incident of a student who wanted to go study there, and was doing IT in one of the universities here. So when we got an admission letter, she was given industrial engineering and mechanical engineering admission letters. So she was like, oh my goodness, I didn't ask for these courses. I wanted to do IT. And then we could tell her, read the contents. They had to come to our offices at Muthaiga Square with the mother, and we had to go through the contents step by step with one of my colleagues in Germany. And then it was so nice because as they went through the contents, the kid could say, oh no, I've studied this. Yes, this one is so familiar. Oh, now I know what I want.
And it was industrial.
And it was industrial. So as we speak now, she's so happy doing her industrial course. I had one who really, and it's bachelor's, I want data science and nothing else. So when an admission came for engineering science. And then they were saying, oh my goodness.
There was the word engineering.
Engineering. But again, we always send them back. Why do they do that? They give you a wider chance of, by the time you're finishing your course, you do not just have IT and that's it. You can go to different areas.
Their course selections have a huge practical component to them.
Yeah.
So it's not just you going to study theory, but the applicability of what you're studying seem to be the center of it.
Yeah. So that's what happens. So in order for you to be able to go for bachelor's, after your Form 4, you need 1 academic year in a university, depending on how many semesters there are. There are some universities that have 3 semesters. That's the academic year. And some have 2 semesters. We will need transcripts for 2 semesters. And you can only apply for an equivalent course that you have done.
So for you to to apply, you must be already admitted in a Kenyan university.
You have to.
And you've studied a year in a Kenyan university.
Yeah.
Then so you're transferring from a Kenyan university to a German university.
That's correct.
Not straight from Form 4 because of the 12-year, 13-year story. Okay.
Yeah. At the moment, from last year, they opened it up for the people who are doing business courses. At the moment, they, if you are interested in anything in the business line, they allow you to go there. Just business line, they allow you to go there if you have C+ and above. But you do one like it's a foundation year in the university, and then when you do well, you proceed.
How can people get in touch with you at East African Study in Germany? They'd like more information. I've seen very many people asking that there are courses in agriculture, there are courses in medical field and all and so on.
Thank you. Actually, you've really done so well to mention agriculture. At the moment, we have internships that are going on for agriculture. So anybody who has done anything in agriculture to contact us. Yeah, we have internships that they're taking them. There's a problem in agriculture there. They need people.
What do you mean anything up to
if
Form
you've
4?
done no university, if you have graduated
with an agriculture related course?
Exactly. We have internships that are going on, so maybe you can contact us and we are going to be able to guide you the way forward on how to go about it.
And the internship here is progressing towards permanent job placement.
Thank you. Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
How long is an internship?
They first give you 1 year. I always tell them, you have to work hard to prove to them that, yes, you're interested.
You're worth it.
And then they add a 6 months on top of that. And then from there, they offer you a job.
You get the permanent residency as well.
Exactly. Yep.
How do people then get in touch with you?
We are based at Muthaiga Square along Thika Road. You come to Block B, Suite 201. Our website is www.eastudygermany.com.
eastudygermany.com.
Yes.
Okay.
Email address info@eastudygermany.com. Our numbers are 0769 550 550.
Okay.
Or 0704 74 2094.
All right. We'll post them on our social media. We'll also post them on our YouTube link for people to see. Judy, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you too very
We've
much.
learned a thing or two or three. Judy Kato is a sales manager at the East African Study in Germany. She's been here to tell us how easy it is to study and work in Germany. Keep it here for more. 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lau Ubaga. Azimio leader Raila Odinga will today know the fate of his bid to be the next African Union Commission chairperson. The AUC's Executive Council will meet at 10 a.m. to consider election proposals that have kept Raila's chances to succeed outgoing chairperson Musa Faki on the balance. The 22nd extraordinary session of the Executive Council will consider the draft report on the preparation for the election. Trans Nzoia Governor George Natembeya says the best way to improve our economy is by raising an educated society. Speaking during the distribution of bursaries, he urged residents to invest more in education despite economical challenges.
Education has long been hailed as the cornerstone of progress and the key to unlock boundless opportunities. Yet, for too many, the path to academic success has been riddled with obstacles, financial burdens, societal challenges, and personal struggles. It is in recognition of these hurdles that my administration commenced this program, a program dedicated to ensuring our students complete their education, become valuable members in the society, and break free from the cycle of poverty. It's only through education can we secure a better future for our young people. Let us rally behind this noble cause so that our children are able to complete their education. As your governor, please do me proud.
Education stakeholders led by Furaha Lusweti thanked the governor for supporting the education through the distribution of over 3,800 bursaries.
As teachers, we applaud the support you have given to the students. Kindly use this God-given opportunity well. Education is the equalizer, you have been told.
Walimu wanakurushia shukurani kwa sababu as you give these children bursary, wanakaa darasani. The happiness of the teacher is when they go to class and find all students present.
Your Excellency, you have concentrated in what economically referred to as the economic development rather than the economic growth.
Kule villages we still have more ambao hawajiwezi. Siku zijazo the slots ziweze kuongezeka ili kwa villages tukuwe na watoto wengi.
Police in Buri East Constituency, Meru County, are holding a 35-year-old man who brutally murdered his father and stepmother by hacking them to death using a machete. Police say John Mwongera attacked his parents over a suspected land dispute, then later presented himself at the police station with a murder weapon. Mwongera is reported to have killed his father by cutting him on the right hand, right side of the head, left palm and left shoulder. Al-Shabaab militants have attacked a hotel near the presidential palace in Mogadishu, Somalia. Reports say explosions and gunshots were heard from the hotel, which popularly hosts government officials. Eyewitnesses say police arrived within minutes of the attack, resulting in a shootout between them and the militants. The Somali government has condemned the attack, saying investigations into the incident are ongoing. And finally, even as Kenyans wonder where they're going to receive medical services, especially across public hospitals, doctors in Mombasa have said they'll down their tools, today being their second day of strike, lamenting about medical interns and the new insurance fund chief. The doctors have further blamed the government for failing to promote them, as well as address the shortage of doctors across the country.
Right now, we have an issue. Mombasa County has that issue. Kilifi County has that issue. Lamu County is the worst, what we can speak about. Tana River County, madaktari wote kwenye Tana River County, workforce yao ni wadaktari 26, county mzima. What a shame. Right now, I think we have come in front of you to tell them we cannot go back to work. We have already downing our tools, and our tools are everything and is an essential thing. Kama mtu hataki kusikiliza, kazi yetu sisi ni kuondoa huduma kwenye umma.
In Uasin Gishu County, doctors have urged patients to seek services from alternative facilities, vowing not to return to work until their grievances are resolved.
Madaktari ndio uti wa mgongo katika sekta ya afya. Kama basi hatutaweza kuwashughulikia yale maswali yao, na ni maswali ambao ni rahisi sana, ambayo hata hayahitaji kuongezewa pesa, ambayo hata hayahitaji kuzungumza zaidi. Ni mambo ya kufanya vitu ambazo ziko katika CBA ya madaktari na serikali ndio waweze kurudi kazini.
That's the Newswire. I'm Lau Obaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, what's it looking like now? I think that traffic that we had seen right around the Pangani underpass has actually reduced significantly, and Kiamburu is also looking much better. We're looking at James Gishero with a little bit of traffic as you cross over towards Waiaki Way. But apart from that, I think the traffic for Friday morning is coming to an end. Let's wait and see what happens, because usually it can come and go. Also, then into the CBD is probably where we see a lot more of it, but we'll keep an eye. Lunga today has decided I will not be left out on Friday. In and outbound traffic as you cross over towards Likoni is looking interesting. So let's just keep an eye on that as we come to the end of traffic hour, and we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, #The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yes, on to the final hour of the Situation Room this week, and then we will get into the weekend. And the weekend has tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday. Tomorrow we are going to Nakuru. It's a road trip day. Our next guest is here. It's a Health Friday conversation, World Kidney Day. Dr. Jonathan Wala is a nephrologist. This is a kidney specialist and is also a consultant physician. He's our guest. Dr. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much, Eric.
We call that the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Indeed, I'm in it.
No, we start off with easy things. Like, for example, giving you a plot for tomorrow. City, tell the doctor where we are going tomorrow.
Lanette, here. Have a read.
Okay.
Yes. Nakuru County.
Yes.
Serene. On the road to Olkalau.
Olkalau.
Yes, Olkalau. The two words, Olkalau, not Olkalau.
Or Olkalau.
Olkalau.
Sounded like... Okay, sorry.
Anyone who's been to Nakuru will know that there's a lot of serenity in Lanette. Open fields, a lot of greenery. You have a huge army barracks there. You have the Nakuru airport. You have wonderful schools. Man, and the list goes on. Now that is where this particular development is nestled.
Yes. Serenity Springs in Lanette. It's by Username Investment. They're a trusted real estate company. They've had several projects. They just go in somewhere, they purchase a piece of land, they do all the due diligence, they do everything, then they get the subdivisions, they get all the title deeds. And once all that is ready, they move into the field, they do the wall, they do the fence, they do the roads inside, they even do amenities such as sinking a borehole or connecting to municipal water. They also bring in power, so power is there. And then they say, now we go to the market. We bring people who are willing to come and form this community. 1.4999. How many nines did I say?
3.
1.499.
Yes.
Okay. That's the amount for an eighth of an acre. But they say it's okay. Daktari, we know between now and 30 days you can raise that money, but maybe you don't have the 1.49 today because umenunua shamba ingine sijui up. It's okay. Just give us 149k today, and then the rest will clear within 30 days. And even if that also is not, we
available
can talk
today.
about 3 months to 12-month repayment plan. Okay?
Good deal.
And you get your title deed. And there's nothing like, sasa unajua ile 1.49 haikuwa na service.
Perimeter fence.
No.
Haikuwa na borehole. Haikuwa na stima au barabara. All inclusive.
All inclusive. That's all you get. Tomorrow, we're going to see the place. Join us at Kencom at 7:30 a.m. But Dr. You can also just drive down. All you do is...
It's a frequent route I drive.
Yeah, I'm sure this is a place that you can just... Unatoka hapa, unaingia hapo kidogo, and then you come back. You can call them on 0725 000 222 and tell them, I am Dr. Wala. I want 4 plots.
I'm here.
And I am here.
In person.
That'll be okay.
Sounds like a good deal.
Yeah?
Yes.
Very good. We'll give you that one. You'll go with it so that you remember the details and the contacts. Ndu will also tell you about the Pan-African bank called EcoBank. I'm sure you've heard of it.
I've heard of it.
Very good.
Yes.
Imagine, regardless of where you have business or where you want to go tomorrow or the month after that or the year after that, EcoBank has plugged all its customers into a system, one platform. So for the 35 markets around Africa, it doesn't matter when or where you go, you will be able to continue with your banking as though you never left. EcoBank has this one platform whereby you can use your mobile banking, your accounts, everything are online, and you're able to continue with your business even if you go to a new city around Africa tomorrow. And because of this one platform, it just makes things better, doesn't it? It just makes things easier. easier. You don't have to shut down and go open. It's already set up so long as you're in one of those 35, and it's the majority of the cities in Africa. 4 cities, or rather 4 nations out of Africa also, EcoBank has presence, and they've realized, you know what, it's better. This is where trade is, this is where business is, and because it's a better way, it's a better Africa.
Very good. City?
Yes.
Let's get the day's proverb for Ali.
Yes. Proverbs for the whole of this week have been from the Republic of the Seychelles. Today's proverb: if a little tree grows in the shadow of a large tree, it will die small.
If a little tree grows in the shadow of a large tree, it will die small.
Indeed.
What's your interpretation of this, Dr. Wala?
Well, obviously, trees need sunlight to grow, and they need enough water. The big tree will deprive the small tree of sunshine, and it will deprive the small tree of water. It talks about, maybe I may put it in context about succession. Basically, you can't have a leader who does not plan for his succession. If you do continue doing that, then the little trees that should have replaced you will never ever be able to replace you. They'll continue being succumbed, whether it is succession in a family, or succession in an organization, or even in a country.
Wow.
That's my interpretation.
And your legacy will die with you.
Of course.
So to make sure that your legacy lives on, make sure that you push the tree from under your shadow.
Push your tree under you into the sun. I love that.
That's a good one, eh?
Yeah.
It had to come from a doctor. I got an A+ in biology.
I mean,
you see what you saw? It's water and then sunlight and
it's
equals to
succession plan.
Surely.
I didn't even get to photosynthesis.
No.
And chloroplast.
Wow, okay,
so
watch out.
MBA pia.
Watch out.
Before you know it, it's about timber sales.
Bas. Doctor, yesterday was World Kidney Day.
Yes.
Why is it important that the world has a kidney day?
The reason is that the kidneys are like the backroom people working inside your body without you realizing that they are working. You don't even notice when you pee that it's such a wonderful thing that you're passing urine, because there are many people who don't pass urine. And therefore, it is to recognize that the kidneys are important for your health, and you have to protect them. And secondly, to know that there are kidney diseases, and these kidney diseases can present with different manifestations, but often they present with these manifestations too late for you to do anything about it. So the earlier you catch them, the better.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's start with that, what you've said, the importance of the kidney. Yeah. What is this? We've all done a bit of, kidogo science, kidogo biology. Yeah. We didn't get our A's. What is the importance of a kidney? Yeah, but we were in the class.
Yeah, exactly. We understood some concepts.
Something happened.
So the importance of the kidneys are several. The most obvious that everybody knows about is the kidney removes waste products. Basically, when you take in food, the body takes the good parts of the food, and some of those bad parts will not be absorbed in, and therefore it passes through your stool. But some of it gets into you, and then it goes through several processes, gives your body the energy, the vitality, the strength, and a little bit of it is left as waste products. These waste products have to come out of the body, and they come out of the body through the urine in that case. That's the first function of the kidney. The second function of the kidney is if you take in water, which is life basically, because 70% or more of you is water. When you take in this water, then the body receives the water it requires, but we end up taking a little bit extra. That extra has to come out of the body, otherwise the body's equilibrium will change. So the water also comes out as urine now. So basically those are the two obvious functions, but there are maybe a couple more that are quite important. The kidney detects the amount of oxygen that is in the blood. and therefore it's used as a sensor by the body to tell the body that if I'm getting this oxygen, then everything is okay. So if the kidney does not get enough, it does not sense that oxygen, then the kidney fails to tell the body system that the oxygen is enough, and therefore the blood system becomes lower. So the kidney, in an indirect manner, makes you make enough blood so you don't get anemic. And so if somebody gets kidney disease, they get anemia. So that one is not very obvious. Then the last, not very obvious, is that the kidney makes vitamin D to be quite active. And vitamin D, when it's active, it makes your body absorb calcium better. So if your kidneys are not working well, the vitamin D is not active, and then the calcium gets lower, then you begin getting bone problems as a result of kidney disease. So those are basically, in sum, the 4 functions of the kidney, 4 obvious functions of the kidneys.
You did mention the filtering and cleaning. Okay,
Yes.
you did talk about, because that's interesting, because we tend to hear that, or we tend to know that and stop there. But I think it's interesting, these other things that you've talked about for absorption of certain vitamins, and then
for sensing,
right, creation
oxygen levels
of blood,
basically making blood. Yes.
Making blood. All right, so it's a mighty organ, this thing.
Yes.
And I maybe the question I'm going to ask is going to jump forward in the conversation. I think it's okay, but because we can always come back. So because it does these 4 major functions, then we're able to understand that, of course, from some of the things we watch or the things we hear, that by the time your kidney starts to shut down, then essentially you are shutting down. It would be the first. If your kidneys begin to shut down, then it's very easily for the rest of your system to start shutting down. Is that true?
That's quite true. Actually, in for example, patients who are in ICU, I usually tell my colleagues that the kidney is the final frontier. And somebody has been in ICU and been struggling through many different problems with the heart, the blood pressure being low, etc. When you see the kidneys beginning to shut down, then some things are really serious. And therefore, also when there are different diseases and eventually diseases begin causing kidney problems, and things have really gotten serious, because the kidney is quite resilient in withstanding shocks. And it's only at the very end that the kidney gets a problem. Yes.
What is it that then would push the kidney to that level of actually starting to receive the shocks? Because like you said, it's really resilient. It's everything proof.
So it's a progression of events that ultimately make the kidney stop doing what it's doing. And the kidney can stop doing what it's doing when it gets a shock, or if it actually dies. When it gets a shock, it's usually something immediate. It's like somebody has fainted by the street. So we expect that person who has fainted will wake up eventually. Once whatever has caused it, the shock passes on. Therefore, this we call acute kidney injury. The things that cause this acute kidney damage are usually lack of blood supply to the kidney, and this can be from a number of reasons. Maybe because you're dehydrated, your blood pressure is low, you've used the wrong medicine, etc. Also, it can be because your kidney is trying to produce urine, but the urine is blocked from coming out. So if you have got a prostate problem and the urine is not coming out, you have abnormally formed urinary system, and it doesn't remove the urine correctly. You have got a kidney stones both sides, it's blocking the urine, etc. The third type of short-term shock, by acute in medicine, you mean a short period of time, not the severity. So the third type of short-term shock is if the kidney gets damage from inside the kidney cells. So the filter has gotten damaged, the tubes that are inside the kidney have gotten damaged, etc. The immune system has attacked the kidney, all those things. That one, the kidney goes into shock. If it's a shock is severe enough, the kidney fails completely, and then when the disease recovers, then the kidney recovers. The second type of kidney damage is when the kidney basically dies slowly. Usually this is in form of forming small type scars in the kidney that ultimately over a period of months to years cause the kidney to completely stop working. This is called chronic kidney disease. Chronic meaning long term. This chronic kidney disease can be by a variety of causes. The most common is diabetes, followed by high blood pressure, and then there are some immune system problems that attack the kidney unfairly, and the kidney gets damaged. And then there are people who have used medicines wrongly for a long period of time, such like causing conditions. When the kidney dies, then just like anybody who is dead, there's nothing you can do to revive them. So that late stage of kidney damage is the one that you want to catch up early, when you can do something about it before somebody is declared to be fit to go to the mortuary.
The chronic ones. And you've said diabetes, high blood pressure, and what was the third one?
Yes, the diabetes. There are a number of them: diabetes, high blood pressure. You can have immune system attacking the kidney, what we call glomerular problems, etc. Yes.
So how can we avoid that?
As I've said, when the scars have already formed, it's just like, Eric, if you have a scar on your skin, there's no way you can go to a doctor and tell them, I've got this scar here, can you give me medicine to make it normal skin? So in the same way, when the scars have already formed, there is no medicine in current medical practice, current scientific knowledge that can convert a scar to normal, because a scar is you lost some cells and you have replaced with packing tissue, just to replace it to make it look like a shape. So we have to avoid this progression towards those scars, and there are a number of things that we can do. The first obvious one is to catch it as early as possible. We catch it as early as possible by remembering that the kidney is a filter, and that filter filters blood to be on one side, plus things in the blood called proteins, which are big, they remain on one side, and water comes out with the waste products, and that is what we call urine. So if the filter is not working well, then in the urine we'll find there's blood and there's protein. It's like I come to your house and you serve me tea, and then I find the tea leaves, what we call majani, at the bottom. You know that kichungi of yours in the kitchen, there is a problem.
Shimo.
You can shimo. So in the same way now, the kidney has got problems with the filter, and therefore if you do a basic urine test, which any laboratory can do, if you pick up protein and blood in the urine, then it's a sign that maybe there may be a problem in the kidney. The second way is to check your blood pressure. If your blood pressure is elevated, then there's a problem with the blood pressure, with the kidney. There might be a problem with the kidney. The blood sugar is another screening test. If your blood sugar is getting higher, you are at risk of kidney disease. And these are the screening tests that you are doing. Once you pass through the screening test, then you say that you have something that is pointing to a kidney disease. You can do the definitive test of checking for the kidney, which is look at the creatinine, and to look at, that is a waste products in the kidney, in the blood, what is called urea, electrolytes, and creatinine.
Okay.
Yes.
From the little biology that I remember, there's that gland on top of the kidney, the adrenal gland. What role does it play in the health of the kidney and the system? And does that now, when we say that there's a renal problem, is it now attached to that gland? So what does it do? And it's right on top of the kidney. How do they correlate?
Adrenal, ad means next to, and suprarenal is another name for it. Supra means above the kidney. It's a gland that is found above the kidney, and it's a hormonal gland. It produces hormone.
Okay.
So these are just neighbors.
Okay.
One invaded the plot of another one.
They don't have anything to do with each other.
They have an indirect relationship, because the hormones from adrenal gland, they are adrenaline.
Right.
Adrenergic hormones, adrenaline, 2 or 3 other hormones, and adrenaline can increase pressure and can directly affect the kidney.
However, we talk about renal problems in relation to the kidney.
Yes.
So what's the connection here?
So renal refers to the functioning of the kidney.
Okay.
Well, the kidney now involves not only the function of the kidney, but also now the for example, if you have got a big prostate and the kidneys are blocked from passing urine. Or in the past, you used to say somebody has got renal failure. The kidney is not doing its work. But this not doing its work is not because of the kidney itself. It's because of it's doing its work, but the waste product is not coming out. So therefore you lump them together as kidney diseases. Although some kidney diseases are because of the kidney directly, and therefore we call those ones renal diseases.
Okay, there's something you've mentioned that has become quite frequent. That you will find cases of an enlarged prostate, but it's not necessarily cancer.
Yes.
But that it has something to do with an infected kidney. How does that work exactly? And how would you then know that? How would you rule out the cancer and then know that it is an infection of the kidney that is then causing this enlarged prostate?
So the enlarged prostate a prostate is found at the bottom part of the men's bladder. It surrounds the urine passage coming from the bladder out. That prostate, somehow from age 40, it begins getting a bit bigger. It
Naturally?
gets bigger naturally.
Okay.
It's a gland that produces some secretions that help in ensuring fertility is maintained. When when the gland becomes bigger, it grows outside, but also can grow inside. In those men who are unlucky enough for it to grow inside, it narrows the urine passage, and then you begin getting urinary symptoms. And these symptoms are symptoms of not being able to pass urine well. For example, you find that you have to push harder to pass urine. You find that you wait longer when others have finished passing urine, you're still trying to begin passing the urine. You find that the urine does not hit the wall nicely, but it falls in between your legs. You find that it starts and stops. When you finish passing urine, you feel like some is still remaining inside. Those are symptoms of what you call bladder outlet obstruction. In that case, then you do an ultrasound and you see the prostate is big. If the prostate is big, it could be big because it has grown big by itself this naturally, which you call benign, or it can be big because there's actually a cancerous process going on. Since cancer of the prostate is quite a serious problem and it's a common cancer in men, then we encourage screening for cancer of the prostate. There is a test for blood called prostate-specific antigen that can be used as a screen, although it's a bit controversial because it can be elevated for other reasons and it might end up making the diagnostic process injure more than actually the diagnosis of the disease. So at the moment, we encourage a urologist, which is a kidney specialist, who is a surgeon, to examine the prostate and check if the prostate is hard and how it feels. Better still, you can do a scan and see how the prostate looks, and then you can also do an MRI. If things are very suspicious, then you can get a sample from the kidney, a biopsy from the kidney. But these are the benign causes. Usually use medications to try and shrink the kidney. If the medications don't work, then you have to do a prostate surgery to remove the prostate.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there a relation between frequent UTIs and kidney problems?
Well,
UTIs being urinary tract infections.
Yeah, urinary tract infections are common in women. However, if they occur more than once in a year, then you say those are frequent urinary tract infections.
More than once is frequent?
Yes.
Okay.
If they occur very frequently, then we might have to find out what is the cause of them being frequent. If a urinary tract infection occurs in a man also, that is not normal. So men should not get urinary tract infections. If it occurs, it's either there is a problem with what I call plumbing. That means the urine passage is a problem, isn't it? Unfortunately, I call urologists plumbers sometimes. So there's a problem with the plumbing
I'm sorry, you have to explain the plumbing issue. CT is a bit uncomfortable.
Yes, so there is a problem with the plumbing system, and therefore you need to, when somebody gets frequent urinary tract infections or the patient is a man, they need to do a scanning of the urinary system and find where the blockage is that is encouraging this urinary symptom.
So the infection is because of a blockage?
The infection in women usually is not because of blockage. It occurs once in a while. So there are some factors that can lead to it. Most of the time, it's not explainable why a woman is getting a urinary tract infection. They are easy to treat, easy to diagnose, easy to treat. However, if the infections are occurring frequently, the infection is occurring in a man, it has to be find out what is the reason. Yes.
Ikoshida pipe.
Ikoshida.
Let's take a break. We'll continue this conversation shortly. Dr. Jonathan Wala is a nephrologist. That's a kidney specialist. He's here because yesterday was World Kidney Day, and it's important for us to have this conversation to understand how the kidney functions, and also just talking about kidney and how to take care of our kidneys so that we don't end up going to the doctor when it's too late. We'll be back shortly. Let's take this break to take a look at traffic. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Username brings you Serenity Springs Lanette residential plot along the Nakuru All-Kalau Tarmac Road, 20 minutes from Nakuru City, with proximity to high-end schools, hospitals and other key amenities. Introductory prices of 1,499,000 shillings, all inclusive with no hidden charges. An installment option is also available. Free site visits on Wednesdays and Saturdays. For more details, SMS plot to 20321 or call 0725
Not much happening in the city this morning. Just a little bit left out on Jogo Road. And then everywhere else where it seemed to have piled up this morning. We're done. Kiambu Road, still a little bit of that after that early morning accident. So I think we'll be dealing with the last parts of it now, trying to get towards Muthaiga Square. Coming off Limuru Road, we'll see some of that as you come out of Thigiri, Gigiri, Kitisuru, and then off of Red Hill. But I think we are fine. All right, we'll keep an eye on things through Friday. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X.
Some very nice mature music.
They really take me back to my days, and I can just feel and enjoy the vibes.
Spice.
I'm a big listener of SpiceFM.
You play the best music.
This is 94.4 Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Let's continue our conversation.
Mornings done.
Wala, about the kidneys. Before we get to the issue of how to then manage or treat a kidney that has a problem, you talked about these other factors that will lead to chronic kidney failure. Diabetes, high blood pressure, and infection, right? Can we say that if somebody has high blood pressure, maybe they're under medication, are they necessarily getting their kidney affected?
Well,
does high blood pressure go hand in hand with the kidney?
Yes, it does. I think the nice word you've used, hand in hand, is quite apt. Because kidney disease causes high blood pressure. And some high blood pressure, especially if it is very high, can cause kidney damage.
Okay.
Therefore, that's why they go hand in hand. Sometimes it's difficult to know which one is the chicken and which one is the egg. One of the functions of the kidney, when you are removing water and salts, is by doing that, it also maintains the blood pressure. And therefore, the kidney is involved in blood pressure control. If the kidney is getting damaged, then the blood pressure begins going up. And everybody with kidney failure, almost invariably, they get high blood pressure. Therefore, that's why we use high blood pressure to be a clue that maybe we might need to check about the kidneys to ensure that they are okay. If the high blood pressure is I'll say normal type of high blood pressure, which usually occurs it begins at the age of onset of around 35 to 50 years. Usually does not go very high. The normal blood pressure should be less than 120. The high blood pressure is from 140. So if you have blood pressure of around 170, I'm mentioning only one figure so it doesn't cause a lot of confusion in the numbers. If you have high blood pressure, the higher figure is more than 170, 180 there. Those are the people who are more likely to be having kidney disease, or they could be getting kidney damage from the high blood pressure. The high blood pressure, if it occurs in somebody with kidney disease, needs to be controlled to avoid the kidneys getting even damaged. And therefore, we say that high blood pressure should be screened should be used as an indicator that somebody needs to be screened for kidney disease.
Okay.
Yes.
So as long as somebody has high blood pressure, and maybe it keeps fluctuating like that, they should regularly have their kidneys checked.
Yes, they should regularly have their kidneys checked. If somebody is less than 30 years of age, or if somebody is beginning to have high blood pressure in their 60s, then there's something wrong. There might be another reason for that high blood pressure. That is not ordinarily when high blood pressure starts. And therefore, this is what we investigate as a secondary cause of high blood pressure. The first category, which is 90% of people with high blood pressure, they have got what we call primary hypertension. The exact reason for the high blood pressure is not known. The second category is those ones who are falling from around this usual curve, and they have got secondary hypertension. One important cause of secondary hypertension is kidney disease, although there are a number of other reasons why secondary hypertension can occur.
Okay. So now, someone has been diagnosed with a kidney disease. So what do you do?
So somebody thanks a lot. And somebody gets diagnosed with kidney disease, the clue might be because the urine protein or urine blood is evident. The clue may be because the creatinine, which is a test in the blood for waste product, has gone a little bit high. In that case, then you say that you have got kidney disease. If you have got such early causes of kidney disease, we try to establish the cause of the kidney disease. Is it the kidney disease that has occurred because of something recent or something for long term? If it's something long term, is it because of the obvious things like diabetes, high blood pressure, or do you need to get a sample of the kidney and find out what it is? And that's why you need to be referred to a nephrologist who will evaluate you through these things and try to, as specific as possible, get the actual cause of the kidney disease. When the kidney disease has been diagnosed, then the prevention from mild kidney problems to advanced kidney disease is by controlling blood pressure. That's one key. The second is by decreasing the amount of salt in your diet, which is also a measure of controlling high blood pressure. The third would be to decrease the amount of protein that you take in the diet, because protein puts a load of pressure in the kidney. Not exactly that protein gives more waste products, but it puts a load of pressure in the kidney, and that pressure makes the kidney get worse.
All protein?
Animal protein mainly, but even high protein, but it's very difficult to get high protein diet from plant protein based diets only. And then lastly, it is to ensure that you're not getting, if you have diabetes, it is controlled well. Lifestyle changes are important. We've already talked about one lifestyle change, which is a low salt diet. Apart from the low salt diet, just a healthy life, exercise, ensuring that your weight is up. Actually, obesity is a common driver of worsening kidney problems. Lastly, the kidney specialists will prescribe some medicines that have been shown to prevent the progression of kidney failure. If this fails and you still progress to kidney failure, then the option would be to start treatment to replace the kidney function, because the body needs for the body to be healthy, you need to replace that kidney function. Since you cannot cure a scarred kidney, then the only way is to replace the function by doing dialysis and ultimately doing kidney transplant for those ones who are eligible.
So that was my next question.
Yes.
Because the frequency with which we see some of this is also the frequency which we see dialysis. A lot of people are on dialysis. We cannot see them and know this person is on dialysis. But we also know that there's a burden on public hospitals today. Private hospitals obviously have that sorted out, but it's expensive.
Yes.
But before we get to all of that, in terms of its treatment, what is dialysis? What exactly is happening? It just sounds like some supersonic system whereby you're removing everything and putting it back by the end of a session. What's happening during this?
It's actually relatively straightforward.
Okay.
That blood comes from you and passes through a filter, because the kidney is a filter. So the blood goes into a filter, and by pressure and by the laws of physics, some waste products come out from one side, which is highly concentrated, to another side that is lower concentration. And then also you push in water out. So you've done the two things that the kidney is supposed to do, removing waste products and removing water. And then now that blood flows back into your body.
So dialysis is basically doing what the kidney would do in the body, but doing it outside of the body.
Doing it outside the body.
Then so what go... So confused. So what goes?
Why doesn't it happen throughout?
In
between the dialysis sessions,
what's happening?
What's happening?
Cleaning your system.
Yeah.
That is the reason why dialysis is a bad way of treating kidney failure. So it's a way of treating kidney failure to make people feel better. It does not sort out the problem and does not address these other functions that I mentioned of the kidney, the anemia, the bone control, etc. So basically, blood comes from you, usually through a big vein, goes into the machine, and by machine, you just mean a membrane, a filter that has been put, exactly the filter that you use for your cleaning water. Almost the same. So now it passes through the filter, and then now comes out. In the filter, you pass in things, a fluid that will collect waste products and remove that fluid at the end. And that's all that has happened. The blood comes out cleaner. Then you put a little bit of pressure inside the blood, or you put a little bit of negative pressure on the other side where the water is flowing, and then the water gets sucked in. So that means you can remove waste products and you can remove water. Once that has happened, it is happening at a particular speed over a period of 4 hours, usually. Then once that has happened, your creatinine, for example, a waste product, is supposed to be less than 100. You are on dialysis, so it's maybe 800. By the end of the dialysis session, it is 200. Then you leave the dialysis session, and then you continue eating, and your body continues metabolism. So the following day, it is 350. The next day, 600. By the third day, it's around 700. Again, you go back to dialysis and do the same.
So it's just emptying the trash?
emptying the trash.
That's exactly what's happening with dialysis.
But what I'm finding strange is when you empty the trash, doesn't it give the kidney reprieve? Or did you just say that once a kidney is sufficiently damaged or scarred, it actually cannot be repaired?
It cannot be repaired, and therefore, giving the kidney does not need this reprieve. The kidney is a cleaning system. So it's not as if you are arresting the kidney and therefore it will make it better. The kidney heals if you remove whatever has gotten better before it has caused scars. So by the time the scars are formed, there's nothing you can do. For those ones whose kidneys are fainted, acute kidney injury, then you do dialysis to maintain life until the kidney heals. Usually it can take 2 weeks, even up to 2 months before they heal. Once it heals, urine becomes more, do the test and find the creatinine, the waste product is coming down by itself. The kidney has healed, there's no need for doing dialysis. But these ones who have got diabetes, the kidney has gotten damage over a number of months to years, they start dialysis, that this process will continue. It's supposed to be 3 times a week, 4-hour sessions, but because of the health insurance system in this country by NHF, it's twice a week done. And therefore it's also already inferior. Then you have to factor in that you have to give blood boosters because you're not taking care of the anemia side. The medicine that is given is the same medicine that athletes use to dope, because it makes your blood level really go up and it becomes stronger. So you need this medicine to do that, the erythropoietin, EPO. And then the second thing that you may need to check your calcium and phosphorus, the bone salts, to ensure that they are okay. So that's what dialysis does. It sustains life, it prolongs life somehow, but the length of life of somebody who's in dialysis is severely curtailed.
But so the solution here is an overhaul.
And the solution is an overhaul.
Right?
Yes.
Remove this kidney, bring another kidney.
Bring another kidney. Not remove this kidney, bring another kidney.
But then
the all kidneys remain.
Oh, wait. You don't remove the kidney?
No, you don't remove the
For
kidneys.
dialysis?
A transplant?
No. This is the thing. For dialysis, what you're essentially doing is to do the work that the kidney would normally do for it, and then put everything back. So you go back after dialysis with a clean system.
Yes.
But the unfortunate thing is that the kidney over time cannot do what it's supposed to be doing, and then your next session means that you come back and clean again.
Now, we have said the long-term solution.
The long-term solution would be overhaul, which is removing the thing, isn't it?
He says you don't remove.
No,
not removing.
It's you bring another kidney.
Bring another kidney.
And now, but in order to put one kidney, you must remove the one that is spoiled. You have 3.
Excuse me.
That's what I'm asking. But you said you bring another
so you
one. But you must remove one. But you must remove one.
Why?
The kidneys are hidden under the ribs behind here.
Right. Yeah.
But when people are kicking each other, they don't kick the kidneys and damage them. So that's why they're hidden here. Now, because they are hidden, it's very difficult to remove a kidney. It's a lengthy surgery.
Okay.
So when you're doing a kidney transplant, the donor, the person who's giving a kidney, will undergo a lengthy operation to remove that kidney that God has hidden under the ribs. The person who is receiving will have the kidney put on the lower part of the tummy. Actually, most of the time, the right lower part of the tummy. That's where usually the appendix is there. So actually, it's not inside the cavity where the intestines are.
It's not in the rib cage.
But it's under there's a skin, and then there's muscle, and then there's a covering of the intestines. That's a peritoneal cavity. So it is actually under the muscle.
So there's enough space there.
So you have
there's enough space. It bulges a little bit, but there's enough space.
Okay.
So you have now the normal kidneys, which are working maybe around 10%, 5%, or even 0%, and then the kidney, the new kidney. So this new kidney.
I have a question.
Get it now?
I understand. However, see, there's plumbing.
Yes.
Because the kidneys, those two, the tubes
that are bringing urine to
what
the
are they
bladder.
called? I remember. Wait,
Urethra.
this is Mr. Person. Urethra.
Not the urethra.
Urethra.
Without an H.
It comes to the urethra.
Yes.
Now, those are attached.
Yes.
From those two, they're attached to one
bladder.
place.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
This third, because essentially what we're trying to do is maintain this system.
Yes.
So when you do a transplant,
what are you doing to the plumbing?
So the plumbing, the original plumbing is remaining. Then you get the ureter, the tube from the kidney, new kidney.
You graft
and
it.
it's put inside the bladder in a different hole.
Now that's
put
plumbing.
a tree.
You graft it.
Isn't it?
That's plumbing now.
That's plumbing.
And then this blood, this
pipe.
Unaweka tea.
Okay, tea, because now the tea will cause it to go backwards.
But you basically you're inserting it within the ureter.
You did the bladder.
into the bladder
direct, because you'll also use the bladder to act as a valve.
Because you're still
the
going
urine does not go backwards into the kidney.
Right, because the urination function, you still want to maintain it.
And you want to maintain it one direction, not to be going backwards.
Yes.
Okay.
Now this one is very interesting. Now, clearly this has been done, and the people who are living with 3 kidneys. Okay. Once you get this other kidney that is well and healthy, okay. So now, the boost it gives to your body, does it help the other kidneys function better, or is it left alone to be doing it? Because you're saying those 2 do 10%. Is it going to be left alone doing 90%?
Yes, it's going to be left alone doing 90%. Often these other kidneys will not improve in their function because they've done a transplant. Actually, they continue degenerating their function until they don't produce any more urine, and therefore it's 0%. This other kidney is doing 100%, and it does all the functions of the kidneys that the dialysis cannot do. So it also makes blood. It also ensures your blood pressure is well controlled. Actually, most people with kidney failure who are on 3 or 4 or 5 blood pressure medicines after the transplant has been done, most of them, they remain only one or several don't have any blood pressure medicines anymore. So kidney transplant becomes a cure of the high blood pressure, especially for younger people. And then it also ensures that the bones remain healthy. When you compare somebody who has done a kidney transplant and somebody who remains on dialysis, then the transplant is risky the first 3 months because of the procedure of surgery, of a wound, of anesthesia, etc. But once 3 months have passed, the curves basically separate. And transplant adds maybe 15 to 20 years, depending on your age at which you've done the transplant, 15 to 20 years into your life compared to if you had remained in dialysis. So what I tell my dialysis patients is, you are getting into a dialysis room, just look at all the people you know in that dialysis and ask them and find out who has been there the oldest. And you find 5, 6, maybe 8 years.
Dialysis will not go beyond that.
Dialysis will not go beyond that.
So the solution
is transplant.
Is transplant.
Yes.
Now let's talk about transplant.
Yes.
In this country, we know there are very many people who are going through dialysis. Do we have as many number of people who are going through kidney transplants?
We do not, and that is one of it resonates with the theme of the World Kidney Day yesterday, which was toward advancing equitable access to not only care of the kidneys, but also to medications in terms of kidneys. This equitable access means you have to access the dialysis first of all, and therefore the access of dialysis has been made better for 2 main reasons. The first one was that National Insurance Fund has been covering dialysis for the past 10, 12 years or so. And it has done a wonderful job because we knew people who used to, it used to be basically a death sentence. The second is when the quite controversial program of Management Medical Equipment Scheme, they put equipment in different county hospitals. Part of the plan was to have 2 units in each county. The
2 dialysis
units. They were successful in ensuring at least 1 unit was there in each country. And this has really provided access to many patients who need dialysis. The challenge comes in that for you to get into dialysis, we need to know how to get blood from you into the dialysis machine. And this requires a catheter, a pipe that is put in a big vein in your neck or even in your leg that brings out blood and puts it back. That catheter, unfortunately, was not being covered for by NHIF. So that's the first challenge. And then the second challenge has been that now exit out of dialysis is difficult because transplant is not covered adequately. The transplantation process is maybe in private hospitals may cost maybe around 2 million shillings. In public hospitals of Kenyatta National Hospital and Moi Teaching Referral Hospital will cost maybe around 800,000 to 1 million shillings. So NHIF uniformly covers 500,000 or so, maybe 450,000, which is quite a boost for most patients, but it leaves a substantial portion not being covered, which most people cannot raise. More importantly, there is an impediment that you need to do tests to prepare the donor and yourself for that transplant. And those tests might cost maybe between 200 and 250,000, which most people will not be able to afford.
Just the test.
So now you have somebody who is doing dialysis, they're being paid for by NHIF. They don't remove a single cent. And then suddenly you tell them, if you do, you need to do this. And furthermore, they also can see patients who did Arambe, They did a transplant. Then the transplant went on well. Now they have got a bill for medicines post-transplant coming to maybe 30,000, 40,000 a month. You can see that's a problem.
Why does it cost so much?
Why does the cost for transplant is first of all cost for 2 operations, and they have said both of them are quite major operations. The 2 operations are done by 2 teams. Therefore, you have got
they're happening
surgeons
simultaneously.
They're happening almost simultaneously. You start with the donor and then go to the recipient. So they have 2 surgeons, etc. There's anesthetists needed. Then there are some medications that are given during the procedure which are also costly, and then there's a hospital stay. So this is basically covering most of that. Yes. So it's not actually, for most surgeons, doing a transplant becomes the true calling. You don't get much from doing a transplant. The cost of the surgeon is given after a transplant is less than after doing a cesarean section. Yes.
Let me ask the question. In this country, it's a 2-pronged question. How many successful transplants have we had?
The first transplant in Kenya was done in 1978 by a team led by the late Professor L.S. Otieno. And it was successful. They said it was a Turkana boy. I don't know how the follow-up was. Since then, after that, the transplants were not done until a few in the 1980s. 1 or 2 transplants in the 2000s. The main time when transplants really picked up was in around 2011, when there was a program by a pharmaceutical company called Novartis, together with Kenyatta National Hospital. Doctors taken to Spain, refreshed on transplant cause, and then the program started. And that jump-started transplantation in Kenya. At the moment, we're doing maybe around 50 to 100 transplants in a year.
Wow.
The success rate is quite immense because our program is where you are being given a recipient is being given a kidney by somebody who's alive. It's not a disease program yet. So this living kidney donation is quite successful. Maybe I can say at the end of a year, 95% of kidneys are still working, which is quite a good success. The long-term success might be a little bit lower than international standards because of the medication maintenance of the transplant medication, because you need lifelong medications.
Why do you need lifelong medications, doctor?
This is a kidney coming from somebody else, and the body's immune system is designed so that to simplify things, instead of recognizing this is a bacteria that causes pneumonia, this is a virus, this is a fungus, etc. All you need to do is, when you are an immune cell, is you are taught in the womb that please know that this is me. Anything else who is not this,
we're going to reject it.
They'll reject it. So transplant kidneys from other people are lumped together with viruses and bacteria. And therefore, that's what you remove. The medications, therefore, they suppress your immune system so that it doesn't recognize the transplant kidney, but at the same time maintaining a level of recognition of bacteria and viruses so you don't get infections easily.
Okay. Somebody who's had a kidney transplant, you said this can add up to 25 years of their life.
Yes.
What's the downside?
The downside of a kidney transplant is that these medicines to suppress the immune system, therefore they make your immune cells not to be very vigilant in checking for infections, but also more importantly checking for cancers, because cancerous cells are also changed in a way that they are looking for it, and therefore they are removed. So the immune system is always removing cancerous cells. When you get cancer, it's because there's a failure in the checking of that cell. So if you have medicine that suppresses your immune system, you're more likely to get cancers, and that's what we do. We screen for patients after a number of years every year to ensure they don't cancers. Then the second downside we've said is infections, which can be managed, but sometimes if your immune system is suppressed too much, you may get severe infections, ranging from TB to severe lung infections, etc., which can be life-threatening. These are two most common causes of curtailing of the life of a transplant patient. The third one is that because of a number of reasons, including the kidney disease and the medications, you end up getting higher chance of getting cardiovascular diseases, strokes, heart attacks, heart failure, etc. And that's another big killer.
What is the likelihood? I mean, after the test, one would assume that because of the test, that's when you're testing compatibility and all of this. the body of the recipient then reject? Is it how? Okay, how would you know if the recipient had rejected
the kidney?
The kidney.
If the recipient rejects the kidney, then they go back to kidney failure, and the kidney failure symptoms don't come out immediately, and therefore it takes some time before you can pick up. The same way, when a normal person gets kidney failure, their symptoms don't come up immediately. So that's how we screen, in quotes, kidney transplant patients. That means follow-up. Every time they come to the clinic, I need to have a urine test, and I need to have the creatinine, how it is. If the creatinine goes up a little bit, I begin the process of working out. Is it before something happening because of blood supply? Is it something inside the kidney? Is it a blockage, etc.? And if eventually I may need to get a sample of the kidney, do a kidney biopsy.
So then you've said also, because we're looking at, high blood pressure.
Yes.
Somebody with high blood pressure has high blood pressure. If this person gets a transplant, gets a new kidney, they still have high blood pressure.
They still have high blood pressure. Remember the chicken and egg scenario.
Yeah.
So most of this high blood pressure in these patients is because of a kidney disease. It was caused by kidney. So now if you do a transplant, you might find that you don't need blood pressure medicine anymore. Maybe you might need maybe only one.
Okay.
Yes, the blood pressure gets quite well controlled.
Okay.
So kidney transplant is a very successful way of ensuring not only the length of life of a kidney failure patient is restored almost to normal, but also the quality of life. The things that you can do, they've got young people who have managed to go back to high school, managed to go back to education. They are basically stagnated. For most patients who get kidney failure, their life stops the time they're told they have kidney failure.
Yeah, I imagine. Yeah. Can you be born with ask the question from what I'm trying to say. Yeah, or
with kidney problem.
Damaged kidneys. Yes, and for most children, it's quite a heart-wrenching thing when a child gets kidney failure. There are so many problems that you had not factored in, that you don't factor in for adults. Children can get kidney failure from congenital abnormalities of the kidneys, the ureter, the bladder. And there are many, and a number of them, of reasons why they occur, and there are a number of different ways they may present. Children can also get kidney failure from severe problems that occurred in the womb or outside, and that will cause kidney damage. Once the kidney failure has occurred, then the child will present with the symptoms that are usually not very straightforward. They are non-specific, so they present with lethargy, with not feeding well, not gaining their milestones, not playing well, beginning to not eat well, vomiting, etc. The same symptoms that adults have, what you call non-specific symptoms that should raise a suspicion that maybe you need to check the kidney function.
Sure.
Yes.
So, what is your clarion call now to Kenyans? World Kidney Day was yesterday.
Yes.
What would you tell us?
The first is that screening for kidney disease is simple. It's done, only that you don't notice that it's being done. Many people get urine tests checked and blood tests for kidney function checked. Tell your physician to check your urine, to check for the blood test, and give you the results and tell you what you need to do next.
Okay.
So screening is available, especially for high-risk patients. High-risk patients are diabetes, high blood pressure, age more than 60 years. Okay. If you have a family history, if somebody in your family has got kidney disease, that would be my first message. The second message is that kidney failure is not a death sentence. There are many dialysis units, and it's available. It sustains life. Better than that is do a kidney transplant, and there are many transplant centers. You just need to ask for a nephrologist who can guide you through the process of kidney transplant. The third message is that dialysis is life-saving for these patients. At the moment, there is a serious crisis with funding for health hospitals in Kenya. The NHIF is not funding properly the hospitals because they have got many pending bills, basically, and unremitted claims. For most hospitals, they can run a little bit on this, but eventually they're going to collapse. For dialysis units, their only revenue source is NHIF. Therefore, you basically cripple it. At the moment, the Rural Private Hospital Association and the Kenya Association of Private Hospitals have already issued a notice that from next week, actually first in this week, for some of them, they are going to pay out of pocket. And we are going to go back to before 2010, when we used to see many people dying because they are not able to access. And this is quite a shame. We are a message from Kenya Regional Association. I'm the president of Kenya Regional Association. Our message is to urge that this matter to be resolved as quickly as possible for the benefit of our children, of our dialysis patients, including children and adults. I think that is the main message that I want to pass.
Daktari, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely brilliant, and thank you. We've learnt a lot. Dr. Jonathan Wala is a nephrologist. He's the president of
Kenya Renal Association.
The Kenya Renal Association. He is a consultant physician as well. He's been our guest. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. Have a lovely weekend. We'll be back on Monday. What date will Monday be?
Monday will be the 18th.
Okay. Sawa.
Thank you very
Tomorrow.
much.